Hello, 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 folks. How is everybody doing today? I hope you all had an excellent weekend and are having an excellent Sunday so far. Welcome, all too swift. Good to see ya. Get started here in about 30 seconds. Hey, Raz Wonders. Hey, Engineer Moore. Hello, hello. And thank you to my recent followers, Stefan Cook, Fast Gone. You don't hear any music? It's playing. I can hear it on my end. That's weird. Was everybody else able to hear the music before? Hey, Copper Lily. All right, let's get started. Hi, folks. How are we doing? I hope you all were having an excellent weekend so far. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, yeah, good to see everybody. Oh my goodness, Jumbo, hi. Yeah, long time no see. You moved across Canada. Wow, that's a heck of a deal. Canada is big. I should know. It's pretty much the same width as the United States, right? Yeah. Hey, Moshko. Hey, Nima. Good to see ya. But he's doing well. Node.js. Yes, we are going to be using Node.js today. Uh, there's not music right now. There's not music right now. There's music on the intro. So I am curious if anybody, just as a general troubleshooting thing, for those of you who are here for the entire intro, which is about 3 minutes long, were y'all able to hear the music or no? Was it not playing for you? Because if it wasn't, then I'll be disappointed because it's a banger. Hey, Monkey Man. Hey, Renitz. Wasn't any music for you? Okay. Raz Wonders couldn't hear it. Anybody else hear the? Does anybody else able to hear the music, or am I going insane? Like not right now, but during the intro. The silence is very telling. Hey, Gek. Oh, thank you, Mishko. So, if you were able to hear the music for the intro, I did want to give a shout out to Crispy Nugget. They are going to be dropping a full album on Tuesday, so October 31st, 2023. They're going to be dropping a full album, so please be sure to give them a follow on Twitter at Crispy Nugget R, I think is their handle. Give them a follow on Twitter. They're going to be dropping an 100 devs based like friggin' album on Tuesday. And I'm sure it's going to be a blast. I've heard some of the tracks already, and they're pretty cool. Especially if you like kind of that rock synthwaves kind of sound. So yeah, check them out on Twitter. I'm sure you'll be hearing about that album, and yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. So yeah, definitely just want to give them a shout out. Thanks again to for Chris for letting me use that music on the intro, which I still don't know if anybody else could hear other than me. But hey, you know. Well, I guess I'll figure it out in the recording. I'll take a listen once this stream is over. All right, Quirky Gex says I had to redo the back end of Catbook to Supabase to better allow the image storage and better auth. Yeah, um, what they're referring to there is a project that we did. There's a project that we did a couple months ago called the Facebook for Cats, and so we did that when using MongoDB as the backend. But as Geck mentioned, document-based databases are not always the best for social media type applications due to just the way that document-based databases they're individual document based, right? And social media in many respects is all about relationships, right? You want to make relationships between posts, you want to make relationships between users, and document based storage really just isn't built for that. And so I think that out of the two main database types, relational database is probably the better option for a social media type site because it's inherently relationship based. But there's a third type actually that a lot of social media apps use, um, which is like the vector type databases. So they're built for those multiple complicated relationships between items. But there's nothing wrong with really using any type as long as you can make it work for your. Mashio asks, "Are you using React as a client?" Not today. This particular template is more beginner friendly, and so what we're doing today is we're building it with. Well, we actually built it a couple weeks ago for the first time using HTML, CSS, EJS, which is kind of React light-ish, but missing a lot of React's features, and using MongoDB as the backend. Now, what are we doing today? Today, we are going to be modifying this template to yes, as my as my bot just posted, today we're going to be modifying this template to actually use Supabase as the backend. So Supabase is a SQL-based client. It uses Postgres. So we're essentially going to be converting the backend of this from document-based to a relational database backend. So if you're interested in relational databases, um, definitely stick around because that's what we're going to be doing today. Also, another thing we're going to be doing is refactoring the code just a little bit. We're going to refactor the code to better fit MVC structures. So there were several folks that joined us when we built this originally, and they were like, "Hey, if this is going to be a template, shouldn't you make this fully MVC?" And by that I mean model view controller structure, which is a very standard structure for developing applications. And really, I just didn't do it all the way because I didn't have time. That stream went very long, but today we're going to finish the job. We're going to fully make it MVC and really do it right, and also refactor to convert that backend to Supabase. So as always, if you're new to the stream, this is a very educational, friendly, teaching focused stream. So if you have questions, ask questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. That's not a thing that exists. Just try to keep it generally on topic to the things that we're talking about. Usually we have some time at the end where we can talk about whatever the heck we want. So, save those kind of questions for the end. But, hey, ask questions at any point. You're not going to interrupt me or offend me or anything. So feel free. Also, if you want or need closed captioning, if you want some visual help interpreting what I'm saying, I do have closed captions available. If you hover your mouse over the side of the window, like over here, you should see a little icon that pops up for closed captioning. You can click that to turn on captions. Those should be running now. So if somebody does turn those on and they don't work for any reason, or if they stop working, please let me know and we'll get that fixed. Hey, Kylundo, good to see you. And if you didn't tune in a couple weeks ago, no worries at all. I have the starter code on my GitHub, so you can go ahead and clone that repo, and I'll show you all how to do that in just a minute. Renit says, "I guess we need a Supabase account to follow along today." Yes, if you want to fully follow along and set up a Supabase backend, then yes, you will need a Supabase account, and we'll kind of talk about what Supabase is in a minute. But yes, if you want to fully follow along today, you'll need a Supabase account. I really like Supabase. I've never regretted having an account. They have an excellent free tier, and so I think it's pretty great. But yes, you will need an account if you want to fully follow along. But we'll get there in a minute. Hey, Grandpa Can Code, welcome. Good to see you again. Nice to have you here. Also, thank you for if you tuned in today, you also get to experience my wonderful like acne breakout that I'm having on my face. So enjoy. Yeah, that's great. All right, let's go ahead and get going. Hey, Juan Cruz, good to see you. Welcome. All right. So real quick, let's kind of review. Oh, thank you, Oakleus. That's very kind. Oakley says, "Where does the mind of my wolf come from?" Yeah, so that was about when I came up with this name when I was 12, I think, and it's kind of stuck around. So it was one of those things, trying to sound. I was trying to think of cool names for uh, those old text-based, RPG forums, and this was the name I came up with. And it's funny how those things stick with you, right? I'm in my 30s now. I'm in my 30s, and that name is with me to this day. Yep. Thank you, Grandpa. I appreciate it. Yeah. The funny thing is, I was kind of copying somebody else on the forum because I thought their name was cool, and so I like took their name and made it slightly different and made it into my name. Yeah. So it wasn't even original. Oh. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so what are we doing today? Yes. Today we are going to be refactoring some existing code. So first off, I'll tell you where that existing code is, so you can go ahead and clone it down yourself. If you head on over to GitHub, you can do exclamation point project in chat. Type exclamation point project to get the direct link to the repo. The repo we're going to be cloning today is this one right here. One right here. Jason says, no such thing as a stupid question. I'll take that challenge. How do you handle authorization if your database is technically accessible from the front end? Yeah. So authorization can be handled in a lot of different ways, and we'll talk about that a little bit once we talk more about Supabase. Supabase has a lot of different ways that it can handle authentication and security, and prevent things like SQL injection. And we'll talk about what that is when we get over to Supabase. But yeah, there's Supabase especially is pretty robust as far as security options. And we're not going to be really messing with that today because this is sort of a beginner friendly stream, but there's a lot of options there. Hey Hassler, good to see you. Hey Salazar. All right. So this is the repo we're going to be cloning down today. And this is the template that we built last time. As you can see, it uses EJS and MongoDB. So MongoDB as the backend, but we're going to refactor that to use Supabase instead. Now, if you want to clone a repo, if you haven't done that before in VS Code, I'll show you how to do it. You'll just open a new window in VS Code. I've done here. And all you need to do is click the clone git repository option up here top, and then just paste in the URL. So you can grab this URL, paste it in, and hit enter. And it will automatically clone down that repo. And then it'll ask you another couple things. It'll be like, do you want to open this in a new window? It'll ask you where you want to save it on your machine, and those should be pretty easy questions to answer. So just go ahead, choose clone git repository, paste in the URL, the one with the MongoDB in the name. I already uploaded the finished version to GitHub as well. So if you want a sneak peek at the finished code, check that out. But otherwise, if you want to follow along, make sure you're grabbing the one that says MongoDB. Drop that in, hit enter, save it, and you should be good to go. All right. Hey Tariq, I won't give you feedback right now because we're rolling with the lesson, but I can take a look at it maybe later after the stream. Quirky Geck loves Supabase. Yeah, Supabase is really robust. I like it a lot. With Django Python, cool. Grandpa Code says no Supabase account. It's pretty easy to set one up. We'll get there in just a second. So you might be able to just pop in there and set one up. It's free. None of this stuff. You don't have to pay for any of this stuff. Don't worry about it. Everything that we're going to be doing today and generally always is free because I don't like spending money either. I think most folks here don't have a Supabase account, or a lot of folks don't. So we'll pause there for a minute when we get to that point and give folks a minute to set one up. It's all right, Matthias. Good to see you. Okay, so once you've cloned this down, like I've done here, the next thing that you'll need to do, well, actually, I'm going to ask you guys, if you are cloning down somebody else's repo, what is the next thing that you should do in order to get that code running? You're cloning down somebody else's repo from GitHub. What's something that they're probably going to have to do in order to get it running? Well, if there's a README, absolutely. Yes, you should read the README, 100%. Yes, the other thing that you should do is npm install. So you'll open up your terminal, you'll make sure that you are CD'd into the location of that project, right? I'm CD'd into it, and you'll do npm install. I've done npm I here. That does the exact same thing, it's just a shorthand, but yes, npm install. Yes, give that person a star and then npm install. Sure, yes. Feel free to star their repo and thank them for it. And then, yes, and then you'll do npm install. And what that will do is it's going to install all the packages that you've cloned down from all the packages that you need to actually make this run, right? Because they already exist in the repo, and you just need to install them on your version of the project in order to actually make it run. Okay. So if you've cloned down the repo, make sure you also do that. You see I've done it here, npm I. And then after that, just do npm start to get it running. Yes, exactly. That's what you're doing. You're reinstalling those packages that you basically what you're cloning down from the repo is like the names of the packages, the things that are telling Node what this project needs, right? And then so Node has that list already. So you just do npm install, and it goes boop and installs all of them for you. All right. So it should be able to run once you've installed those things. We've got it up and running here. I'm on localhost 3000, and we'll give it a quick test. Test demo. Oh, actually, no. The other thing that you need to do, my apologies. The other thing that you need to do, well, is what? What else do we think we need to do? If we're using MongoDB as a backend here, we're using MongoDB as a backend for this project. What else do we need to do? So you've reinstalled all the packages. What else? Oh, hang on, gotta ban somebody. It's all good. There we go. You need to do the silly dance. npm start, you could try it, but I don't think it's gonna work. Well, the homepage might load, but you're gonna be missing some stuff. If we are, let's think about this. If you're connecting to a database in a project, what else do you need? Hey, Leo, welcome. Or the server? Nope. All right, so think about it. All right, let's give a little hint. So if you are connecting to a database and it's your database, let's say you're connecting to MongoDB Atlas, you want to set up that connection. How does MongoDB Atlas know it's you trying to connect? How does your project know which database to connect to? Yeah, exactly. We need all those things. And as Engineer Moore and Grandpa and Rex said, yeah, we need the username and password. We need, the MongoDB connection string, all those things. So where do those things go? Yeah, we need a .env file. Exactly. And I left a little hint here. So in the code itself there, in the MongoDB part, it says create a .env file and populate the environment variables with your database information. So if you want to get this up and running on Mongo right now you don't have to. We're going to refactor it anyway. So you don't have to, but that's just kind of a reminder if you're downloading somebody else's project and they're using any kind of API or remote database or anything like that, what you're probably going to have to do is create a .env file and put your stuff in it. Okay. And if you want to know, well, what things do I need to put in my .env file? You can just look in the code for things that have this process.env in front of it, right? So I can see here, even if I hadn't written this, oh, thank you for the follow, Chidi. Um, Even if I hadn't written this, I could tell what environment variables I need just by looking in the code for process.env. So I can see I need a username, I need a password, I need a collection name, and I need a port. Tariq, thank you for the follow. All right. So now like I said, we're gonna refactor this. You don't have to hurry up and plug all this stuff in. I'm just mentioning that in a general sense, when you download something from GitHub, you're probably gonna need to think about those things. All right. Oh, RDT Poll, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Wow, that's so generous of you. Thank you again, RDT Poll. Also, it's always great to see you. All right, so I do have it up and running though, so I'll just give you a quick demo of how it works. It's fairly simple. The homepage has just a pretty simple, like, rotating carousel, and that's really, there's no real interactivity on the homepage. Again, this is just a template for a homepage. Rotating carousel, we've got some custom JavaScript going behind the scenes for that. And then on the item page, this is where we're doing the full CRUD functionality. So by CRUD, I mean create, read, update, delete. Um, And in when we talk about that, basically what we're doing is we're creating, reading, updating, deleting from that database. In this case, it's MongoDB. So real quick, we'll just add something here. Go ahead and create it. All right. And so that's the reading, which is reading from the database, the creating, and then the updating. Description, edit. There we go. There we go. Updating. And again, this is all happening against the database. And delete, just like so. And if we want to see, okay, maybe this is, just writing locally, right? How do I know it's writing to the database? Well, I can check again in MongoDB Atlas. I have to log in here real quick. I should have done this before. 1 second. Logging in. All right. We can browse our collection here. And I don't remember what collection I'm actually writing to. Hang on. I think I'm writing to this one. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the database I'm writing to, and the collection that I'm writing to. And these are the two items that are currently displaying inside of my application. So we're connected to MongoDB, we're writing to it, we're reading from it, we're updating from it, we're deleting from it, all those CRUD things. So now if we want to basically refactor this using Supabase or a relational type database, we're going to have to enable the same functions, essentially, right? We're going to have to enable the same functions, and we're going to have to make sure that they all work against Supabase as well. All right. I also said, what do you use for the views? EJS. In this case, we're using EJS. Normally, I would use something like React, but this is supposed to be more of a beginner-friendly type template. So we're using HTML, CSS, and EJS. Quirky says, I'm curious, could you use bun install, then touch a .env file from there? Yeah, I mean, Bun is fine. It's just a newer way of, I mean, well, it's just a newer package manager. I will say that NPM now supports environment variables natively, so you don't have to use .env anymore. The newest version of NPM supports environment variables just built in, which is kind of nice. This template still uses .env for those variables, but technically you don't have to. If you have the newest version of .env and the newest version of Node, you can now do env variables, environment variables, natively within npm. I think is pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, you can use bun if you want. It's just, but it's not going to really make a difference in this case, I don't think. And Silva says, in the real world environment, do companies use MongoDB Atlas like you show in your streams, or is it different? I mean, big companies, I don't know. It's a kind of a changing landscape. Traditionally, big companies would always host their own stuff. Like they would have their own servers, they would host their own databases and their own data warehouses, like on site on their own servers that they own. But now more and more big companies are going to cloud-based solutions because it's expensive to host a bunch of servers and maintain a bunch of infrastructure on site. So why not just pay somebody else to run those servers and maintain those servers, and you just pay them for the uptime and the storage space. So it's really, and now it's a mix. And even at my own employer, which is a major university here in the United States, some of our data is hosted locally, and some of it is being moved to the cloud. and some of our big services. It's a mixture of both. And so I would say that, is it different? Sometimes. It just depends on the company. Some companies will use a cloud service like Atlas. Some will have their stuff all hosted on site locally. Just depends. Um, okay, so this is how it's currently set up. Any questions on the current setup before we go into how we're going to kind of approach this and refactor it? Angular says Atlas is cheap or expensive. Well, it's free for hobby developers like us. There is a wonderful free tier. I have not used up my free tier. Even you saw how many databases I had there. I have not used up my free tier because it's space based, like based on how much space you use. So if you're smart about it, you can build a ton of applications against Atlas and not fill up your free tier. Now, if you're doing this, if you're like uploading a bunch of videos to Atlas and storing them in Atlas, or a bunch of like really big photographs, or like media, and storing that in Atlas, then yeah, you're gonna fill it up right away. But you should be smart about it and store things like videos and photos in something else like Cloudinary, and then just reference those back to Atlas. And so you're not filling up your free Atlas tier. All right. So, how are we going to refactor this? Well, the way we're going to do it is we are going to, as I said before, use Supabase as our backend. But the other thing we're going to do is we're going to convert it to what's called MVC structure. MVC structure is really common in web applications because it helps keep things organized. Does anybody remember what MVC stands for? What does MVC stand for? I love the excitement, Tariq. Yes. Model view controller. Exactly. Model view controller. So, model view controller are the three main parts. Now, those lines are not necessarily like set in stone, like with most things in coding. These are really just guidelines. There's really no right or wrong way to do this, but the general idea is that your backend stuff, the logic that interfaces with your backend, goes into the model section. Your uh, views are the things that the users actually see, so the views that they look at. And then your controllers are any like the logic. They're the brain of your application. Anything that's doing calculations or just thinking, the thinking part of your application, that goes into the controller section. So that's what we're going to do to break up this application, space it out a little bit more, and also make our server.js file a lot more lightweight. So if you look at the finished code at the server.js and the finished code, you'll definitely see that. Um, and so right now, if you look inside our server.js for our existing code, you'll see that we have a lot of stuff in here, right? Scroll up and down in it. So scroll up and down in it, and it is pretty large. There's a lot of stuff in here. It's about 80 lines. And generally, you want your server.js to be fairly small, and not, server.js really isn't meant to do the thinking. If we're doing proper MVC structure, you're going to want to separate those types of things out into separate locations and separate files. And so that's what we're going to be doing. But in order for us to do that, in order for us to actually get that setup going, we're going to have to get Supabase going. So let's pivot over to there and let's check out Supabase. So I'll start from the home page here. And I'll put this in chat. Spam it a couple times for you there. All right, so Supabase is essentially sort of like MongoDB Atlas. It is just a cloud-based way, a cloud-based space to store and access your data, and a place to access your data via applications that you build. Okay, so it's pretty easy to get signed up. I'm signed in right now, so I assume there'll be like a sign up button here somewhere. And so go ahead, and if you want to follow along when we code this out, go ahead and sign up for that. and let me know when you're ready to go, once you have a dashboard set up. So I'll give folks a minute to do that. I'm going to head over to my dashboard, my projects. We can see I have a few here. All of them are paused. You can have a limited number of projects going at once. So I've paused these older projects. Renee says, I'm ready. All right. So these projects are paused, but this is the one we're going to be working with today. Um, hey, Grizz. Good to see you. Folks who are getting signed up for Supabase, just let me know when you're in, and when you I think it takes a minute to set up your account and everything. Um, you should always, if there's an option, choose the free version, whatever the free version is, um, and then let me know once you get to your dashboard. Hey, Juan. No worries. I'm glad you're finding things useful. Hey, Grizz, if you do !project in chat, you'll get the starter code. Today we're taking the template that we built a couple weeks ago. We're refactoring it to use MVC structure and to use Supabase or Postgres as the backend. So SQL-based backend instead of MongoDB. Hey, Juan, you're starting to do Figma. That's awesome. If you don't already have a Supabase account, go ahead and sign up for one if you want to follow along today. If you would prefer not to create a Supabase account for any reason, if you're not feeling comfortable with that or anything like that, you can still follow along with the refactoring part of it. So the part where we're moving the code to MVC structure, you can absolutely follow along with that if you don't want to create a Supabase account and do that part. Yes, Supabase is completely free. They have a free tier. I think you can have I forget how much, 2 or 3 projects going at once for free. So we are absolutely not going to hit any kind of a paywall or anything like that. All of this is free. Oh, you're all set up with Supabase. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not going to be pushing things on my stream. I'm never going to be asking you guys to use something on my stream that's going to cost you money. That's really not how I roll or how 100 Devs rolls in general. If you feel like you have to pay for something to follow along to my stream, let me know, because that shouldn't be the case. The stuff I always advocate for here on stream is free or has a free tier. All right, how we doing? Ready to go? All right, we're gonna go ahead and kind of keep going here. But if you steal a little bit more time, feel free to shout it out in chat. That's perfectly fine. Just all you need to do, Grizz, is just Did you clone down the repo, Grizz? We'll go back to that in a minute. For now, just go ahead and get your Supabase account set up, and then I'll tell you how to create a project. All right, so if you want to create a new project, all right, that's all right. Is my bank video already on YouTube? You talking about where we go over the bank, where we do banking? Yeah, I have several banky videos on YouTube. You can go to my YouTube channel, !YouTube, and search for Banky, Banki, on YouTube there, and that should take you to those videos. I have several of them. All right, so on Supabase, if you want to start a new project, you just click New Project, and then you'll choose your organization. In my case, I just have one, so we'll choose that. Yes, the VOD will be available at the end of the stream, no worries at all, and it'll move to YouTube in about a month. So you'll select New Project, and then you can give your project a name. It can be whatever you want, and you can choose a password, and that really doesn't come into play at all. Just choose a password you'll remember, and your URL and your API key will be completely separate. So choose name and password. and then you'll go ahead and you will create your new project. So let me know once you get there. Once everybody's created your project, it'll take a minute. It'll set it up, and it should take you back to your it should take you into a screen where you're going to be able to set up your first table. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to use my existing project just because I don't want to create another one here. But it should take you to a page kind of like this once your project is created. All right, so just let me know once you get there. Yes, yeah. There's they just revamped their billing a little bit, but we're all going to be under the free tier, so don't worry about it. You're not going to get charged. You're yeah, up to 2 projects on the free tier, and you can pause if you pause projects like I did, then it lets you make more. So if, for example, you're just building apps for fun like we are, you can pause your project and just go create as many more as you want as long as you pause the older ones. Finish building? Okay, great. Thank you, Raz. The should to take you to a page like this. This is your project homepage, and then I'll show you how to set up your table. You get there. Setting up project. Okay, awesome. Done. Yay, yay. Awesome. Go, folks. Just another minute here. Done. Okay. Great. No, it's okay, Grandpa can code. You're fine. You're okay. Do you have your project set up, Grandpa? Not the table, just the project itself. We'll get into the table in just a second. Also, for my regular viewers, we are going to be doing some. If you don't set up your Supabase account now, I do plan to kind of do back and forth type things on stream where we'll be doing some projects in MongoDB and some projects in Supabase. So even if you don't set it up now, it's probably a good idea if you want to follow along in the future to just have a Supabase account ready to go, so that because we'll be doing some in both types of backend. I think from now on we'll be doing a mixture of both. It's okay in Silva. Don't worry about setting up the MongoDB side of things. Just we're going to focus on Supabase today. Um, Learning both is fun. Yeah, and I think it's smart too. I really do think that you'll be better off if you know both. Yeah, if your MongoDB account is paused in Silva, that's all right. Just set up your Supabase project because we're going to be working in Supabase anyway. Setting up your project now. Awesome. All right. Grizz, we'll go back to VS Code in just a minute, and I'll remind folks how to clone down the starter code if they haven't already, and how exactly to get that ready to go as well. Don't worry about installing anything on your IDE right now. No worries, Grandpa. It's all good. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build a table. If you're not familiar with relational databases work using tables. Tables are literally just like big Excel spreadsheets. They have rows and they have columns. And as you write data to the database, it gets written in rows in a specific table. The reason relational databases are called relational databases is that they rely on relationships between tables. Now, in our case, our template is only going to use one table. It's going to be using one of those big old spreadsheets that has rows and columns, and you're going to be writing data. Each time you write a new item to the database, it's going to be written as a new item in that table. Tables are kind of like documents. So it's important to not try to make direct connections between MongoDB and relational databases. So document and relational databases, they're similar, but they're not the same. And the big deal here is that if you want to draw some comparisons, you could say that a collection in MongoDB, so a collection is a bunch of documents, right? Your individual entries are called documents in MongoDB. A collection is a bunch of documents that happen to be in the same place, right? You have a collection, you put a bunch of documents in. Well, in a relational database, a document is roughly equivalent to a row in that table. And the table is like the collection. So they're just different ways of grouping data together. Now, the difference is in a table, all of the rows are related to each other. In a table, all of those rows have the same sort of information in. They have to meet certain criteria, they have to have certain formatting, they all have to be a similar thing. Now, in MongoDB, in a collection, that's not the case, right? You can write whatever the heck you want to a collection. It doesn't matter. MongoDB does not care, but relational databases do care because they're relational. The rows have to relate to each other. And I'll show you what I mean here in just a second. All right, so table editor, let's head over there. I already have a table here, but I'm gonna just walk you through how to create one. I think I might have to make my window here a little smaller so you can see it over a little. So we'll create a new table. You'll give that table a name. I would suggest calling it something like items, because that's the table that we're going to be writing to from our application. And you don't have to give it a description, that's optional. And I'm going to also ask you to uncheck this box right here for row level security. So I mentioned earlier, somebody asked earlier about security. How do we handle authentication? How do we stop things like SQL injection? How do we keep things safe? Well, in Supabase, that's done via things like row level security, which really locks the tables down. So you can't write or read from them unless you have explicit permission. But we're going to disable that. So just go ahead and don't worry, it's going to warn you about crap. Just disable that. And we're going to be fine. It's okay. Row level security is more of an advanced topic, so we're just going to turn it off for now. Don't worry about it. Turn that off. And then you can configure your actual table layout. Press F for security. Yeah. Yeah. Angular developer asks, what if some rows do not need all the columns? Yeah, we'll talk about that while we're talking about how you set up a table here. Can you also use it within the command line, or it's only on the website? No, you can. There's lots of options for interfacing with Supabase. Yeah, there's more than just the website, certainly. Yeah. Hey, Mavi, good to see ya. All right. So now the next thing after you've disabled this RLS here is setting up your columns. So when you think about a table, right, you have rows. Those are the individual entries that you're going to be writing, and they go, from top to bottom like this. The columns go across the top. They're what you might call the fields, the individual entry, the categories of data that you are entering into your table. So for us, what we're going to do is we're going to set it up. I'm actually going to cancel this. I'm going to show you the existing one that I have. See, we're going to see if I can edit this to show you. Can I edit you? Be able to. I go over here. Yeah, there we go. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, here we go. Edit. There it is. All right. So the columns are basically the types of data you're going to enter into your table. Now, the first thing that you'll see is that there's an existing column that's already there called ID. Yeah, I know, it has dark mode. Isn't it great? That's probably my favorite thing about it versus MongoDB Atlas is that Supabase actually has dark mode, which immediately gives it a win in my book. So the first thing is this column that's automatically created called ID. Now, you know how in MongoDB, each document has a unique identifier, right? You don't create that. You just write a document to the database and it's given an ID. And you can use that ID to identify that document, to uniquely identify that document apart from any other document in your collection. Well, the same goes for rows in a table, right? Because you could have two rows with the same information. But what's really crucial is that you have a way to uniquely identify and access the information in a single row. And so the ID column is something that you'll find in most relational database tables, not all, but most. Does anybody know what that's called? What do we call a unique identifier in a relational database? In a relational database table, what do we call the field that's a unique identifier? Yeah, it's what's called a primary key. What's called a primary key. So this is an interview question right here. So remember that. If somebody in an interview, if they ask you, "Hey, are you familiar with SQL databases or relational databases?" You go, "Yes." They ask you, "Okay, can you explain what a primary key is?" Then you can tell them, "Well, yeah, it's in a table. It's a unique identifier that's assigned to every single row that allows you to uniquely pinpoint that row and access the data inside of it." One job, please. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it's the primary key. So you want to keep this. Don't get rid of this column. It's going to get populated automatically when you write rows to your table, just like it is in MongoDB with the ID field. Um, Also, there's this created at, which is populated automatically as well. This is just kind of nice because it tells you when things were written to the table. It's again, it's populated automatically. You're going to want to add two additional columns. The first one will be called name. The second one will be called description. All right. You're going to add two more columns, one called name, one called description. You learned this when you first started SQL? Yeah, it's a fundamental principle of SQL and databases. And so it's really important that you know what that is. All right. So the next thing you want to do, the next thing you want to choose is the data type. So you might be like, what the heck is this? What the frick is a type? What does that mean? Well, SQL is basically a strongly typed language, meaning that everything has to be assigned a data type. So any data that you're writing the table is already predefined with set data types. Which is different from MongoDB, right? In MongoDB, you can write whatever the heck you want to whatever field in whatever document, and it doesn't care. Now, this can come back and bite you, right? Let's say that you have set up an app and you're writing data from a form, and you accidentally hook up a field that contains numbers to a MongoDB field that's meant to contain strings, right? MongoDB doesn't care. It's going to accept that information, no problem. You then try to read that numeric data back into your app and do some calculations on it, and your app's like, "Oh my god, I can't read this. What is this? I don't know what this is. I can't do this math on these strings." Um, and so that can be a problem. But the difference with SQL and relational databases is that everything is predefined beforehand. So if you try to write something that's the wrong data type to a SQL table, it's going to tell you no, and it will refuse to write it. Now, the only way that you can do that with a document based database, such as MongoDB, is by using something like Mongoose and setting up a schema, right? Right? In MongoDB, the only way you can force data types on, you can force validation of data types is by setting up a schema using Mongoose and doing that in your app. Now, the nice thing about relational databases is that you, instead of that, you're doing it on the actual database side. So no matter what app connects to this table, it's always going to read the same thing. It's always going to write the same. Ozzy Kala, thank you so much for the follow. I forgot to thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. My apologies. Thank you so much. All right. So we can see that there's a few different types here. ID has a type of int 8. So does anybody have any guesses of what int might mean? What does int mean? We're talking about an ID value. In this case, I'll give you a clue. The ID is numeric. It'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that kind of thing. Yeah, it means integer. Integers are whole numbers, right? They're round numbers. So int stands for integer, and then 8 is the byte length. So it's like the actual amount of space that takes up. There's various types you can choose from. Don't bother, just leave it as is. It's fine. But yeah, there's various lengths that you can choose from as far as like the amount of space it takes up. But int 8 is perfectly fine. And then created at has a type of timestamp with time zone. So that's what that means: timestamp, time zone, which is fine. You can leave that as is. And yeah, I'll answer your question in just a second, Jim. I promise. I see you there. Thanks for coming. And now name and description both have types of varchar. Varchar is pretty common. It really just means, hey, this is a string. You'll see varchar a lot when you're working with SQL. Varchar is a string. Now, if you click on this and you start scrolling through the various options, you'll see that there's some other options such as text, but varchar is appropriate in this case. Varchar literally means variable length, right? Because our name and our description, they could be a variety of lengths. We don't know exactly how long they're going to be. So varchar is fine here, whereas text has the text type has a fixed amount of space it takes. So we'll choose varchar for these, and that's really all you need to do. Yeah, max 255 for varchar, but could be shorter, could be smaller, whereas text is fixed length. All right, so once you've done that, go ahead and click save, and that will create your table. All right. I'm going to discard those changes. And so once you've done that, you should get something like this, except it's going to be empty because you'll just have the column headers up here. You won't have any data in there because you haven't written anything to your table yet. But did everybody get there? Does everybody have their table now with their columns? ID, created at, name, and description? And Jim Fick asks, hello, what is Supabase? What is Supabase? What are the pros and cons of using it? Supabase is just a cloud-based relational database. So like a SQL database. It's just a way to quickly spin up a database and tables in a database and query those tables without having to host a database yourself. It's very similar to MongoDB Atlas, except MongoDB Atlas is document-based, right? Whereas Supabase is for Postgres relational database hosting. And it is free. Yay, yeah. And Arwen gives it, that's a great point, Arwen. It is free Firebase. Yes. It's basically a free clone of Google's Firebase software. And it's mostly open source. So big points for being free, for being mostly open source, and having dark mode. That's why I like it so much. Yeah. It's a great product so far. And they even liked me on Twitter. So thanks, Supabase. Sponsor me. No. All right. So I'm hoping everybody's got their table set up. And so that's all we need to do for now. We're going to come back in a minute and we're going to fetch a couple of things that we need to do in order to connect. In order to connect to Supabase and get our connection going. But for now, let's head on back to VS Code for just a minute. All right, so in VS Code, we'll just do a quick recap here for those of us who joined us a little bit later. What we've done here is we've cloned down an existing repo. So that repo is, my bot keeps posting it in chat, but you can do !project if you still need a link. It's this template right here, and we have cloned it down into VS Code. It's the starter code. If you do !project, it's the link for starter code. And what we've done is we've just opened a new window in VS Code, and we've done clone git repository, and we've pasted in the repository URL, and then clone down that existing code. All right. Okay. And once you've done that, you should be ready to go. You should be able to open this code here. And then the next thing you'll do is you will, in your terminal, you'll go ahead and type npm install in order to install all of the packages that you need in order to actually run this project. Yes, Renitz, this is the same project we made a couple weeks ago. Feel free to work from your existing code from a couple weeks ago if you would like to. That's perfectly fine. Grizz says, how do I clone it in Intel IDE? I don't know. You could always download the zip file. If you can't clone it, or if you don't know how to clone it, you might be, I mean, you could clone it with the command line in Git. You could clone it to a folder, or it might be quicker just to download the zip file and open it up that way. You can get that straight from GitHub. You can just click on code here, and you can download the zip like this. Using something else other than VS Code, you just download it like this. Yeah, get cloned in the URL. Yeah, in the command line, or download it this way. So you got options. All right, once you have it, make sure that you maybe have the folder. I believe in you, Mavi. I know you've got that folder somewhere. Or if you can't find it, just download the zip or clone it. No worries, no hard feelings. I lose stuff all the time. It's all good. I lost my car keys, like my main set of car keys, for approximately like 2 or 3 months, I think. Before I was properly medicated for ADHD, I lost my car keys for like 3 months. I was using my spare set for that long, so yeah, it's all good. Okay, now that you've once you've cloned that repo down, make sure you create a .env folder. After you've done your clone the repo, you've done your npm install, set up your .env file at the root of the project. And that's where we're going to put our Supabase connection information. Okay? So I have a MindWolf folder. Done that before. So funny. All right, so let's figure out now. Once you have your .env file, let's figure out where to get our Supabase connection information. So heading back to Supabase. In Supabase, on the left side of your little like window here, you'll click the gear icon for project settings. And then you'll head to API. And you'll see a couple things here. You'll see your URL, and you'll see your API key. So 2 things, URL and API key. You're going to need both of those things. So first one, second one. You're going to put both of these inside of your .env file, and this is how you're going to connect to your Supabase instance. Right? So I'm not going to show you my .env file, but what I'll do, second. Well, I will here. I'll show you. I will show you actually, because the Supabase key is really long, and so I'm going to be changing it anyway. So inside of my .env file, I've grabbed that URL right here, and I've grabbed the Supabase key, and I put them in as 2 variables inside of my .env file. The only other thing I need in there is just a port variable as well. So I'm going to put my port, my Supabase URL, and my Supabase key. All right. So port, URL, and API key. And it has little buttons here where you can copy each of those and pop them into your .env file. Okay? Questions there? All right, I'm going to flip away from this here. Okay, Grizz. You have a specific question? You just cloned the repo, okay? And you have your Supabase instance, right? You set up your Supabase project. You've cloned the repo. So the next thing to do is, I'll put it in chat here. Npm install npm install to install the packages, right? And then create your .env file, put your Supabase URL and API key into the env file. There you go. The password, you don't really need to worry about that. You won't need that. Supabase connects using the URL and the API key. Those are the two things it needs. Okay. All right. Okay. What they're referring to here is the project itself. So your project is essentially an API, and so you're connecting to it as you would like any other API, and you're sending those queries in your requests back and forth to the API. Oh, it's like SQLite. Okay, cool. So that's why you're using a URL and an API key to connect. All right. We're going to be taking a break here in just a minute for anybody who needs to catch up. We're still catching up. Now, once you have your .env file set up with your port, your Supabase URL, I'm going to save this, and your Supabase key, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to think about how we're actually going to start restructuring this. Grid says, how do I create a .env file? Just create a file called .env. So you can see here my file. I just created a new file and it's called .env. That's all you got to do. Oh, thank you, Silva. I'd be happy if they sponsored me. That'd be great. I don't need or particularly like I don't go looking for sponsors, but that would be kind of cool. Because I do genuinely like their product. I wouldn't sponsor a product, or I wouldn't accept any sponsorship from a product that I didn't actually like. And I do genuinely like their product. I've had folks, companies or whatever, approach me about sponsorships, and I look at their stuff, and I'm like, man, you're just trying to like, I don't know, take people's money, right? Like some of them are so scummy, and I'm just like, no, hell no. I don't care if you're gonna pay me. Like I'm not doing that crap. Champo, your API key is so right here. You see the little settings. Click that, and it'll be there. It's this first and on public key. And you'll just click the button, copy each of those, and then you'll drop them in your .env. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do next after the break is we're actually going to start refactoring this a little bit. We're going to think about what we need, what we don't, and where those things should go. Ewan says, sorry for the dumb question. Port is 5,000 or the one near localhost? Are you asking what the port number should be? It can be whatever you want. I changed it to 5,000 in my .env file. I changed it to 5,000 just because I already have something running on port 3,000. I have the finished version running on port 5,000, or sorry, port 3,000. So I changed it, and I'll change it here too, so it's not confusing. There you go. Yeah, so just put it to a number that makes sense to you, or that you don't already have something running on that port. Grandpa, don't worry about MongoDB. It's okay. We're not even gonna be using MongoDB. So just get rid of anything MongoDB, like in your .env file. Just get rid of anything. The only three things you need in your .env file are your port, your Supabase key. Okay. So don't try to run it yet. It's not gonna work. Don't try to run this. It's not gonna work yet. We gotta refactor it first. So, Grandpa, these are the only three things, or anybody out there, these are the only three things, yeah, that you should have. So, and you're going to get a MongoDB error if you try to run it because there's nothing in there for MongoDB. We're going to be stripping out everything MongoDB related. We're going to be converting it to Supabase. Yeah. And Silva says setting up the table in Supabase is equivalent to creating the schema in Mongoose. Yes, exactly right. Yeah. So like we talked about before, basically schemas are like an add-on to MongoDB, right? They're like an extra thing. They're not native to MongoDB. They're something that comes with Mongoose, which is like an add-on. It's a package. It's extra. You always have to install Mongoose in order to use. However, relational databases are different in that identifying, like setting up the columns and the data types in a table, that's a thing that relational databases require. You will always do that when you set up a table in a relational database. And that's what makes them more robust as far as data validation, because you always know when you set up a table and you say, hey, this is a number, this is a string, this is a date, whatever. You always know that the data you're putting in those columns is exactly what you said it would be. Because if you try to write a number to a string column, it's going to yell at you. It's going to say, nope, you can't do that. And it's not going to write that data. So it's like you in relational databases, you have built-in validation because of the way you set up your tables. So it's much stricter, which I think is a good thing. All right. We'll go ahead and take a break, give folks a chance to catch up if they're still catching up. And Silva says, so with RDB, you should set up the tables separately. What do you mean by separately? Can you talk about what you mean by separately? You would have to set up each individual table. Yeah. Yeah. If you wanted to have multiple tables, you would set each of them up beforehand, and then you would start writing data to them and reading from them, if that's what you're asking. Like Mongoose. With Mongoose, you would set up you would set up multiple schemas, right? It's the same thing. There's really no difference as far as that goes. If you wanted separate, let's say if you wanted separate schemas to write different types of data, you would have to set up multiple schemas, right? It's very similar to setting up multiple tables. If you want to write a different type of data into your collection, with different characteristics, like a different object into your collection with different characteristics, you'd have to set up a separate schema for that. If you wanted to write different data with a different set of characteristics into your relational database, you would set up a different table for that. Sure, Grizz, go ahead and add port 5000. The number doesn't really matter, but if 5000 makes it easier, that's perfectly fine. You can do that. Yeah, Grandpa, you're okay. You didn't do anything wrong. Just don't try to run it yet because we're not there. We got to do a lot of work first. Using relational database instead of a document database is like programming in C instead of JavaScript. You'll get yelled at. But yes, and by that they mean that it's much stricter. And so if you try to write something to the wrong place, which is a good thing, it's going to tell you it won't do it, which I think is appropriate. Yay, all done. Okay, perfect. All right, let's take a break, give folks a chance to catch up if they're still catching up. And then when we come back, we're actually going to start doing the work. We've done all the hard part, we've done all the settings, we've done all the configuration. So let's actually start doing the coding part and getting this set up to run on Supabase. All right, 5-minute break. When we come back, if we finally get to write some code, that's the fun part. Stream ERB in 5 minutes. Get yourself a glass of water and limber up your fingers. Here we go. All right, welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good break, got yourself a drink of water. Normally, I give a 1 minute warning, but I was looking at something else and I forgot. So sorry, I didn't give the 1 minute warning this time. Um, but no worries at all. Great to see everybody back here again. Let's get started and write some actual code, man. We spent that whole first hour doing other stuff, right? Let's actually write some code. I'm ready. I hope you're ready too. Um, First off, let's get familiar with what we have here, right? So let's get familiar with our existing structure. So the existing structure of the code in this repo, we have several folders. We have a models folder where we have our mongoose schema. No worries. I think it's good to mess around with vanilla J. If you're really good at React and Next and all those more advanced frameworks, I think it's good to sort of refresh your abilities with just using stuff like vanilla JS. That can be really healthy, I think. Hey, Car says, good to see you again. Welcome back. All right, so what do we have here? We have a folder called models, and inside this folder here, we have a mongoose schema. Now, we don't need mongoose anymore. We're not going to use mongoose anymore. Vanilla is a flavor. It is. Yes. We aren't going to need this anymore, so we're actually going to get rid of this folder. We'll do that in a minute. But let's finish sort of reviewing what we have. You're excited. That's awesome. Now, so we have models. That's where our schema is that we don't need anymore. We're going to refactor this. We have our public folder. Now, what is the purpose? Yeet, indeed. What is the purpose in a project? If you see a folder called public, what is the purpose of that? What is that for? What does that mean? My camera is tilting. Is it tilting? No, that's all right. Get a little bit of a Dutch angle. Yeah, it's for static files. Exactly. So public, yeah, public is where you'll find things like static files. And what we mean by static files is essentially like, well, things that don't change or have any really logic to them. So things like our CSS, right? That's static. It's not going to change. It's just going to be read by the browser and implemented as style. Things like images, right? Those are just going to be read and implemented. And then also our local JavaScript. So our client side JavaScript that doesn't have anything to do with the server. That's what's going to be, again, delivered to the client. So in this case, our script.js is also in here. This is our client side scripts where we're doing stuff like making the image carousel work. So making that image carousel turn. We've got a script for that. We're not going to do anything with these really. We're going to edit them a little bit, but we're not going to do anything major. So just if you read the comments, it tells you what they're for. We're checking for errors. We're starting the carousel. We're controlling the edit function. So when you go to edit an item on the form, how's that going to work? When you go to delete an item from the form, how's that going to work? So this is our client side JavaScript. And then finally, we've got our views. Now, so these, if you recall from before, a view is something that the user sees, right? So when I open a web page and I see something on the screen, that's delivered to me by a view of some kind. Now, why do I have my pages, like my item.ejs, my index.ejs? Why do I have these things in a views folder instead of my static folder? Why are they in views instead of my static folder, public? In this particular case, because sometimes, right, you'll open up a public folder in a project and you'll see HTML files in there. You'll see things like your index.html or your individual web pages. They'll be in here. So why do I have them in here? Why are they in here? Trivia question. If you don't know, and also too, any question that I ask, if you don't know the answer, feel free to say, I don't know. That's okay. That's a valid answer. Yes, exactly. Because they're dynamic. We need to change them, right? These are not HTML. These are EJS. So for example, if we look at item.ejs, we go down here, we can see there's logic in here, right? There's logic in here. We're calling variables. We're doing stuff. And so before the browser can be allowed to render this and show it to the user, there is logic that has to be done in order to make it to essentially turn it into HTML. And so we put it in views because we're literally using a view engine, EJS, and then converting that into HTML before it's displayed. So that's what controls whether this goes in static, because it's not, right? We've got logic in here. And so instead we put it in our views folder. We also have a little subfolder here called partials, and it's got something in it called header.ejs. What is a partial? And Ewan says views is like a component folder in React, kind of. React is, yeah, React is kind of fundamentally different than something like EJS, right? EJS has far less capabilities than React. Component folders are generally for individual bits of the user interface, right? Individual little bits and pieces. It's more like a partial. Components in React are more like a partial. A partial is a little reusable piece of code. In this case, it's a header. And what I want to do is I want to see that same header on every single page in my application, right? I want to be able to have that header, the same header display on every single page. And so what I do is I create something called a partial. And at the top of my page, I can include that partial. I just reference the place where it's located, where it's stored. I include it, and then it will display at the top of my page. So essentially, we're kind of mimicking what React components do with partials. Yeah, exactly. Grandpa says first time seeing a views folder. Yeah, and part of this is it's a little bit like if you haven't used something like a templating engine or something before, then yeah, you may not have seen a folder before. But in our server.js, we literally declare that folder. So we set EJS as our templating engine, and we basically tell our server, hey, there's going to be a views folder. We're using an engine, and that engine is EJS, and that tells our server, hey, you got to render this stuff. You got to take those pages and you got to render them into HTML before the browser can actually display them. So we got to give our server a heads up. And so that's why we're dumping them in this views. Right? So we've got our views. And obviously we've got our .env file. We already talked about that. We've got our git ignore. We already talked about that. And then finally, we've got our server.js. Riz says, it's something we call recomposition in Jetpack Compose. If I'm right, we can make a template and use it in different files. Yes, and that's essentially what we're doing here. And that's really common across multiple, engines and languages and stuff, that you have some way of creating a reusable snippet that you put somewhere, in a file, and then you reference that location and you reference that snippet multiple times. React is nice because that's essentially what you're doing all the time. You're doing nothing but creating reusable snippets and just putting them together like Legos in various. So React is kind of built around that concept. React and Next and all those other frameworks are kind of built around that concept. Ewan says, why do you have a package.json and package lock.json? Yeah, it's a good question. So let's take a look at them. Package.json, look in here. Package.json really is just kind of like an index, like an index of the packages we're using. So in this case, we're using cores, .env, EJS, Express, and Mongoose. We're going to install another package here in just a minute. So that was actually a very good question. TV says, what's the MVC in the stream title? Just the design pattern? Yep, because we're going to be refactoring this to use MVC. It's not really using MVC at the moment. It's close, but not quite there. So that's going to be a major part of the stream today, is refactoring this code to be really MVC all the way, as they say. All right, so if you think of the package.json, it's basically like an index of here's the stuff that we have installed. And when you download a repo from GitHub that has a package.json file, that's what your NPM will use in order to know what to install. So when you downloaded that, when you cloned that repo down or downloaded it or whatever, however you got the repo, when you opened it up, CD'd into it, and you said npm install, this right here, package.json, is how npm knew what to install. It read this file and it said, oh, I need to install cores, .env, EJS, Express, and Mongoose, right? So that's how it knows that. Now, you look in package.json, holy cannoli. It's huge, right? It's huge. This is all the behind the scenes stuff that all those packages need in order to function. It's everything that Express needs. It's everything that, Mongoose needs. It's everything that everything needs. Yeah. So don't mess with this. Don't ever touch it. No touchy. Just leave it alone. Don't touch it. And just leave it alone. And also npm does read this as well, to like know what versions of packages to install and what characteristics they have, but never touch this. You can look at this is the place you should look if you want to know what dependencies a particular code base is using. Yeah, yeah, they're dependencies. Yep, you got it. Okay, great. All right, now that we've talked about that, and I was like, wow, that was perfect timing. We're going to install another dependency. We're going to install another package. So I need to stop my, I have my server running. Let's stop that. No, so it may be updated depending on what's going on, but it's still it still needs to read this. I can't tell you the specifics of what it reads and all that sort of thing, but I do know this needs to be there. So for example, you shouldn't exclude it in your git ignore. What you'll exclude in your git ignore, and it should already be excluded, is just like your .env file and your node modules, because that's really big. You never want to push that to GitHub, but you do need your package lock JSON and package.json. You need both those things. So the thing you want to exclude in your git ignore is .env and node modules. Yeah, don't delete. Leave it in place. All right. So now let's go ahead and install one more thing. So in order for us to use Supabase with our project today, we're going to need to install the package for it. So I'll put this in chat in just a second. I'll just show it to you here. You're going to do npm install, and you're going to install Supabase JS. And again, I'll put this in chat. I'll spam it. I guess it's adding Supabase. So sorry, Supabase, I didn't mean to ping you, but too bad. They're gonna get pinged. It's their fault for putting an @ sign in their package installer. So go ahead and install Supabase using npm install @supabase/supabase-js. Like I spammed in chat there. I'll even scroll back up so you can see it on my screen. And now if we go back to package.json, you'll see that it has been installed as a new dependency. It only takes a minute to install. It's pretty quick. Also, if you ever, need help installing this or anything like that, Supabase has really great documentation. Or, well, I guess I shouldn't say it's really great. It's okay. It's good enough documentation for getting started, and you can copy the installation script from there as well. So now we have Supabase installed, and so that means we can actually start using it, using the methods that are associated with it, all those things. Yay, done. Perfect. Okay. So now we've installed Supabase, and we've reviewed the existing structure of our project. So I'm going to close some of these folders here so we don't get too crazy. Now let's head back to our server.js, and let's start taking a look at some of the stuff that we're going to cut out. What is some of the stuff we're going to get rid of? I think the first thing we're going to go ahead and get rid of are these references to Mongoose. We don't need to worry about like uninstalling Mongoose or anything. It's perfectly fine. -j. Why -js? Because with MongoDB, it's just straightforward. I don't know for sure. I think there may be different types of Supabase depending on what language you're using. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. It may just be that you install a slightly different version of Supabase if you're using Python or Django or whatever. But yeah, I don't know for sure. Good question, though. If anybody finds that out, feel free to post in chat. So I'm going to get rid of that reference to Mongoose. I'm also going to get rid of that reference to our model here because we don't need that, right? The reason we don't need that is because we already set up our data structure, our data types and that kind of thing. We set that up on the table side. We already set that up in Supabase. So I could build as many apps as I want that reference that particular table in Supabase, and I would never need to do any kind of app side configuration of those data types. All right. So that's a little cleaner now, but now we also need to make sure that we're actually making a reference to Supabase. So I'm going to say const Supabase, and I'm going to require we're going to be requiring our essentially our Supabase connection, which we haven't created yet. So just for now, just leave this require statement empty. We'll fill that out in a minute. Should have done that first, but hey. So we'll just leave that as is for a minute. We'll fill that out once we create the file. And who hosts your Mongo? Is it part of Supabase? No, Supabase is completely different. We're going to get what we're doing today is we're getting rid of everything with MongoDB. We're getting rid of everything with MongoDB, and we're refactoring this to use Supabase instead. Supabase is a relational database host. So it's completely different than MongoDB, which is document based. All right, and that's actually the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this entire MongoDB connection string. Boop, goodbye. Get rid of that. All right, we can go ahead and save this. Now let's go ahead and set up our Supabase connection. Yeet, indeed. Yes, so yeet number 2. If you like deleting things, this is going to be your stream. So now let's actually set up our Supabase connection, because just like with MongoDB, we also have to connect to Supabase. Except to follow MVC model view controller sort of guidelines, I should say, not rules, but suggestions. What MVC generally tries to advocate for is putting separate types of things in separate locations. So things that are performing different operations, put them in different places. Previously, we were connecting to MongoDB directly within our server.js, right? We're doing a connection, we're doing all the logic, everything directly in server.js. That's not generally what you want to do in MVC structure. If we have a function or a block of code with a very specific separate purpose, we want to put it in a separate location. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new folder called config. So right at the root here, I've got a new folder. It's called config. And inside of there, I'm going to make a new file, and I'm going to call it Supabase config.js. And in here is where I'm going to put my Supabase connection. So it's not cluttering up my server.js. My server is just for accepting traffic and listening for requests from the client. So it shouldn't be for anything else. Just listen and be running, right? Be listening. That's essentially all the server needs to do. Be listening and route traffic. So I'm going to move my Supabase connection to this separate folder, separate file. Make this a little bigger so you can see it. There we go. And in here, I'm going to require Supabase const create client. And I'm going to require. So it's the same thing that we installed at Supabase.js. VS Code should recognize it and autocomplete. So require that, and from that, I'm pulling the create client ability. And then after that, it's extremely easy to connect. I would argue it's even easier to connect to Supabase than it is to connect to MongoDB, honestly. So I can just say const Supabase URL. And from there, I'm going to pull my environment variables. So those variables that we set up earlier, the URL, drop that in. And then my key. Oh, I spelled Supabase wrong. Fun. I need a channel point reward for when I make spelling errors. Like just a really cheap channel point reward. And I'll do my Supabase key. Grab my API key. And then finally, the only thing I need to do in order to connect to Supabase is simply call create client. Create client and pass in my Supabase URL and my Supabase key. That's it. That's all you do to connect. You call create client, pass in your URL, pass in your key. That's it. And then finally, what's the last thing I need to do here? If I have my connection in a separate location, but I want to like reference it in my server.js, what else do I need to do? It is. It's very easy. Yeah, I got to export it. And actually, if you are keen-eyed, for the keen-eyed among you, I have a new channel point reward, and it lets you spend channel points to warn me when I forget to export something. So, because I've done it so much that I actually made a channel point reward for that. So enjoy. So I'm going to export this, put my semicolons here, be a little decent, and save it. So now I'm creating my connection outside of my server, and I can just reference it anywhere else that I want inside the project. Code weenie emote for spell check. Yeah. So now heading back to my server.js, all I need to do is require that connection that I created. Oops. Config. Nope, that's wrong. Config. There we go. And Supabase config. There we go. Now I can use it wherever I want. So much, our server is a little bit smaller already. Let's see what else we can kind of clean up here a little bit. So we've got all of our middleware here. That looks pretty good. We need all of our middleware to kind of stay in our server because our server is routing traffic and middleware is needed to route that traffic properly. So our middleware has to stay here. But look at all this. Look at all this. So, you know, and yeah, we need our app.listen. Like that's got to live here too, because that's the server's job. The server's job is to be listening for stuff. So that's valid to stay there. But all this stuff, all this stuff, all of our, you know, we called these routes, but essentially these are routes plus what? Like the app.get. Yeah, that's a route. But what's the stuff inside of it? If we were thinking in MVC terms, what would we call the stuff, all the stuff that's inside here? Logic, right? So what would we call that in MVC terms? More generically, so MVC, right? Model view controller. What would we call the stuff that's inside here? The juicy bits. Yeah. What would we call it? MVC. What part of that acronym is? Yeah, they're controllers, right? The stuff that's inside here, this is logic, this is brain. This is the thinking part of our application. It's doing stuff. So it's processing data, it's modifying data. And so we don't really want that stuff to live inside of our server because our server again is meant for routing traffic and listening for traffic. Okay? So routing traffic, listening for traffic. So we really want to get this logic out of here and into its own controller folder. So we're going to do that, but we're going to need to kind of modify this stuff a little bit. So let's go ahead and set up our folder for controllers. Two says, could explain how we use ES6 syntax to import, export modules instead of require them in every file. So there's limitations on that as far as when you can use import and when you can't. Are you asking like how to switch to import syntax or what? Because there's still limitations on when and where that can be used and you know what languages and stuff accept that, especially like on the server side of things. I think with Express, how do we add Supabase configuration to server? We don't have to. All we had to do was require that configuration that we already set up. So right here, this line right here, line 4, That's where we did that. Because we already set it up in our separate file, right? We set it up here. And then all we need to do is just require it in our server, and our server can then use it, right? Because we exported it. Now we're importing it. But in this case, Quirky, controllers, the term controller is just a general term that means a logical element. It doesn't refer to anything specific. MVC is just a very generic sort of set of guidelines for app development. It can apply in to a lot of different languages, to a lot of different types of applications. It's kind of been adopted by web development, but it didn't start out as a web development set of guidelines. Yeah. So all you need to do is just require that. Yeah, I believe that if you're using CommonJS, it doesn't support like straight up import. Like if you tried to do import here, it wouldn't work. Now, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I just always use require, and I just not something I even think about. Um, and I can't really speak too deeply to the technical explanations of why. But I believe that's just you cannot do that on the server side. Now, for something like React with where you're doing client side stuff, then yeah, you could. But I might be wrong there. Feel free to correct me if I am. I always love learning something and being corrected if I am legitimately wrong. So feel free to do that. All right, I'm going to save this. So we're requiring a config. You add so Briz, in JavaScript, semicolons are optional. And you'll definitely learn that real quick when you're looking at my code because I suck at it. Semicolons are completely optional, in JavaScript. But it is best practice to add them. But I generally, it's like 50-50 with me, as you'll find. Which is weird because I'm a SQL developer and like SQL is like really strict about semicolons. So you'd think I'd be better at it, but I am absolutely not. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Exactly, me too. Like I said, 50-50. Champo, yeah, you can always also look at the repo on GitHub, so you don't have to wait for me to flip back to a particular page. The repo is out there on GitHub, like the finished code with all this stuff in it is out there on GitHub as well. So if you want to look at that, you can. But yeah, really, just in the config file, all you're doing is you're just requiring Supabase. You're pulling in your URL, you're pulling in your key, and you're calling create client to actually get that connect, and then you're exporting it. Semicolons magically appear when I save the file. Yeah, you may have like Prettier or something installed that does that for you. Yeah, drunk. I was thinking that there was an extra step that you had to do there. I just couldn't remember what it was. But if you want to use you want to use import.env from .env in backend, you have to add the following in package.json and make it into a module. Okay, yeah, because yeah, you can't you can just do it without changing stuff instead of require. Yeah. All right, I'm going to flip back here. Let's keep going. So did our require, we looked at our middleware, but like we just talked about, all this logic stuff, we don't want it to live here. We don't want it to live inside of our server.js. Oh, you don't see the config folder in your repo? Yeah, I think in my on the repo, I think I just had it like at the root, which I shouldn't have done. So the config way I think is the proper way to do it. I think I just forgot to push that up to Git. So either way is fine. If you want to follow the repo and just have this config file at the root, that's fine. But really, it should be in a config folder. Hey, Mattel, good to see you. Happy Pixel says regarding Supabase.-js in specific, without the JS suffix, it won't recognize it because JS is recorded. But yeah, I mean, you need the JS suffix. Like I was just wondering if there were different versions, like Pi or C# or whatever. Yeah, could be. I don't know. Anyway, So we got a config. Now, so let's take this logic and we want to move this, just the logic, right? We just want to move the logic into a separate location just for controllers. Follow proper MVC structure. Let's move it to a separate location called controllers. So another thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up a new folder. We'll call that controllers. And inside of controllers, I'll create a new file called item controller.js. And in there is where I'm going to drop all of my controllers. So for now, let's go ahead and we're going to grab everything under this routes header here. Everything all the way down to my server. So don't grab the app.listen. Leave that where it is. Leave that inside of server.js. And we're just going to dump everything inside of item controllers. Okay. Just extract the endpoints to a single file. Yep. I've called mine item controller, but you can call yours whatever you like. Some applications might even put every single controller in a separate file. We're not going to bother with that. This app is not big enough to do that. But larger applications might have every single controller in its own file. Again, we're not going to bother with that. I don't think it's necessary in this case. It's the Supabase config file isn't in the repo. Hang on, look. Sorry, quick pit stop here. No, it is. Sorry, it is it's right here. So Grandpa, make sure that you're looking at the right repo. Full stack template EJS Supabase is the finished version. Okay. So just to be clear, there's two versions here. There's the starter code. If we go to my list of repositories here, this is the starter code, the one that says MongoDB. So Grandpa, take a look here. This is the starter code, the one that says MongoDB. This is the finished version with the config folder. This is the refactored version. Yeah. So starting version, this is the one we're refactoring right now. This is the one we're touching right now. This is the finished version. And so when you do exclamation point project, if you click on the one that says finished code, that'll take you to this one. Yes. So you're going to want to do, it's the Finnish version, not the Swedish version. No worries. Okay, cool. No, that was worth clarifying. So thank you for that. Yeah. So when you take those controllers out of server.js, you're going to want to cut them completely. So we can see now my server.js is only about 30 lines or 29. I've taken them completely out and I've dropped them over here in controllers. But I'm still not quite done. I'm not quite done. This isn't all that I need to do, right? I'm going to need to refactor each of these controllers. And if I really want this to be MVC, I want all of these controllers to just be pure logic, no routing. So what's another thing I'm going to need to do? I want to extract the routing aspect from these controllers and just have them be like the logical endpoints. What else am I going to need? Yeah, I'm going to need what's called a router, right? We need what's called a router to route traffic from server.js to my controllers. I'm going to have a separate file that just directs traffic from server.js, where all the traffic is received, over to my controllers, and then back again. Because the server is for directing traffic, and then the router essentially routes it to the right location, and the controllers do the logic. All right, so another thing we're going to need for MVC structure is routes. So we're going to create a new folder called routes. And inside of routes, we'll have a file called item routes.js. And inside of routes is where I'm going to put all the routes that are going to direct traffic to a particular controller. Whoa! Thank you so much for the sub, Grizz. I appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Two says, could you show and explain some middleware stuff or error handling just by reusable middleware? Yes, I will show you that. Not right now, but we are going to be putting in a piece of our own middleware to facilitate routing. So yes, you're going to get to see that. So our routes are going to go here. So now that we have a place to put those, let's head back to our controllers, and we're gonna essentially reformat them to remove um, any references to routing. They're just going to be logical only. So in controllers, let's pay attention to the routes that we have. I'm actually going to list them out here. So routes to add to router. I'm going to like kind of make a list here. We need our we're going to need a app.get for index. App.get for index. We're going to need app.get for item. So index page. App.get for item page. No, it's okay, Grizz. Thanks again for the sub. Yeah, so essentially all we're doing here is we're separating out things that don't belong together, right? The whole principle of MVC is that each part of your application should have a very specific purpose. It's kind of like how when you build React components, each component should have a predefined and singular purpose, right? Everything inside that component should only do one thing or should do something very specific for that part of the UI. It's the same thing we're doing here with MVC is we're saying, all right, routing is different from actually doing logic. Routing is just directing traffic. So what we want to do is we want to remove these references to routes, put them in their own location, and then just direct traffic to individual controllers. And you might, as you're looking at this, you might be like, why the heck do we even care? This is tedious. Why are we breaking things apart like this? It just seems like extra work. For a smaller app like this, maybe it is. But as your app gets large, you'll want to know how to do this stuff. Once you have an app that has, I don't know, 20, 30 controllers, 10 pages, right? You got, say you're building a social media app, you got a post page, you got a profile page, you got a settings page, you got, tons of different pages, tons of different controllers. All of a sudden, your files are getting huge, you're getting confused where things are. It's hard to work on an application with a group when everything's in the same file. And so if you know how to break things up in a logical way, then it's easy. You just split it up. It becomes easier to manage, easier to work on. Yeah, Pixel, exactly. That's right. Yes. That's what I was wondering. I just wanted to double check. Thank you for looking that up for me. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was figuring there was like Supabase JS, Supabase Pi, that kind of thing. Yeah. Exactly. To make it maintainable and scalable. We haven't added anything to the item routes file yet. We're just about to. Right now I'm making a list of the routes we're going to need to add. So we've got app.get for index page, app.get for item page. We need an app.post for new item. We'll do app.post for update item. App.delete to delete. So those are the routes we're going to need. And now that we have that information, we're going to refactor these controllers so that they no longer contain any routing. So you mean my apps? You talking about that they're gigantic and hard to maintain, or what? All right, so let's refactor these. So instead of having references to specific paths, we just want these to be logic only. So it's very easy to refactor them. We're going to get rid of the app.get and the path. We don't need that anymore. We're going to handle that in our router. Instead, I'm just going to say exports dot get index. Exports.getIndex, and this controller is only now going to be responsible for rendering the index page when it's called on. Minimum 10 controllers. Same for this next one. I'm going to get rid of this. Exports.getItem. GetIndex, getItem. All we're doing here is we're just setting them up to be exported so we can reference them in our router. And then the next one is just going to be, what do I call this one? Create item. Exports dot create item. Essentially, we're taking these from being wrapped in a router and just turning them into straight functions. That's all we're doing. So they aren't worrying about routing at all. We're just turning them into straight functions. Will be called update item. And then finally, delete. Go. And there we go. All right. Telling me to do. Oh, moved. It's even so VS Code is even suggesting that I might want to move each controller to its own file. VS Code is doing like, hey, do you want to maybe remove all these to their own file? Maybe. No express for you. But no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to bother. It's not worth it in this case, given how small this project is. But VS Code wants me to. Tuwar says, is there any difference between exporting every single endpoint or just wrapping them in object and export entire object instead? Yeah, so there's multiple ways that you can export things, and we kind of saw that already, right? So we saw that with our config. We basically did it as a module. We did module.exports and then Supabase. Versus here, we're just saying exports dot whatever. Really, I'm just doing this to show you that there's different ways to do it. You could certainly export each of these, individually at the bottom if you wanted to. I'm just kind of showing that you can also do it this way. There may be differences. If anybody knows what those differences are, please feel free to let me know. I don't actually often do it this way. I'm just kind of, throughout this application, I'm demonstrating different ways to do things. One of the different ways to do it is by doing exports dot whatever, because I want folks who are using this template to get familiar with seeing different ways to do things and practicing different ways to do things. But generally, you'll find kind of a way that you like to do it and just do it that way. VS Code trying to be a smarty. Yeah, it is. In this case, I'm saying no. All right, so I think that should be all we need to do there. Now I'm going to grab this information that these notes that I took, and I'm going to take these over to my router, and we'll set that up. Oops. So now, given these notes, we can fill in our router so that we have one route for each controller, right? Because when my server is processing traffic, I need to make sure that if I get a create request, my server gets a create request, it's going to route that traffic to my create controller, right? My create item controller. If I get an update request, I need to route it to the update item controller. If I get a delete request, I need to update it and send it to my delete controller. If I get a request for the item page, I need to route that to my item page controller. And so we're going to need routes for each one of the things that are the controllers that we created. So in this file, I'm going to have to require a few things. We'll say we need express, because express contains a built-in set of methods specifically for routing. Now, if you're using something like React or whatever. I think React has a built-in router. But in this case, since we're just using, we're vanilla everything, we're going to use the routing capability that Express has built in. So const router was express.router. And then finally, I need to also reference my controllers. So my server knows exactly where those controllers live that I'm trying to route to. And in this case, I need to navigate to that. So I'm going to do ... and then find my folder. Now, what does the ... do? When I'm typing in a file path and I do something like ... or I do just dot, right? ... slash or ... slash. What's the difference? What do those do? For example, here in this specific instance, what am I doing? Yeah, you're stepping, specifically, you're not just exiting, you're stepping up one folder. Yep, you're stepping up. So not even necessarily back, right? But up in the tree. So if we were looking at my little structure over here, right? Right now, I'm in the file called, step it up again. I'm in the file called item routes, right? I'm in this file here. So what I need to do is I need to get out of this folder. I need to go back up to the root. And then I need to go back down into the controllers folder, right? So here I'm going up out of the routes folder. And then by saying controllers, I'm going back down into the controllers folder. Yeah. Yep. ... up. Yeah. So when you see something like in my server.js, when you see something like .config, the difference here is I'm at the root already, right? My server.js is at the root already. So this just dash means at the current location where you are now, look for, a folder called config. Okay, so that's just basic folder navigation. And you'll see that very often. So it's important to be familiar with what those mean and what those do. So controllers, and then inside of controllers, got our item control. Perfect. All right. So now let's flesh out those routes. So in order to set up a router, I can just say router and then the method. So router.get, my first one, is just going to be to get the home page. So the path for that is just slash. And I'm going to reference item controller and get index. And what's neat is that VS Code is smart enough to read this file and say, oh yeah, I found a controller that matches that name. And it'll autocomplete for you, which I think is pretty cool. Router.get and slash item. So that's going to be our path to display our item page. And we're going to be referencing item controller dot is it get items, yeah. So get index, get items. Now I need to double check here if I made this plural or not. Let me see. I didn't. I'm going to make this plural and save it to match the repo. And then I'm going to change my route here. Get items. There we go. Okay, and then next is where I'm going to be creating an item. So router.post. So why am I saying post here instead of get? What does post mean? What does post mean? And then for updating an item, I'm going to say item slash update. And then I'm going to pass in something a little different. And we'll talk about what this is in a minute. But that path looks slightly different, right? Got a little extra something there. But first I'm going to finish typing these out. I'm going to copy this. D for delete, specific ID, and item controller dot delete item. There we go. All right. Hassler says, is the SQL syntax the same with MongoDB, like find by ID and so on? Because you didn't touch them in the item controller file. We're going to touch them, I promise. Yes, we're going to have to refactor each of one of those controllers to work properly with SQL. Yeah, but we're going to do that last because that's a little bit more involved. So that'll be what we do in our last hour here. Just want to get the routes going first. But yes, we are absolutely going to have to refactor all of those controllers. Yes. Mongoose is very different from how SQL works, but I think you'll be able to find that SQL is pretty easy to read. It's just like with Mongoose, it's very self-evident what's happening in a particular query. So we'll get there after the next break. Keyboard typing ASMR. I hope it's not too loud. I hope my keys, like the keys on my keyboard, aren't too loud. I hope it's just a nice gentle clicking and not like a super loud clicking. Please let me know if it's obnoxious. I do want to know those things. All right. So the question was, updating shouldn't be patch or put. Yeah, so there's specific methods, right, for updating. There's a specific method for updating called put. But what might be a reason why I'm not using that method? Can you think of one? Perfect, perfect use of that channel point reward. Perfect use. That is just fantastic. Yes, so the last thing we need to do is export it. Oh, I love it. Yes, don't forget to export. Sound good? Okay. Oh, good, Coffee Lily. All right, great. Yeah, I always like to make sure that folks with sensory issues aren't feeling too overwhelmed by anything on my screen. So that's good. The keyboard that I have is mechanical, but it has I bought it particularly because it has very soft keys. Like the click keys are very soft. So that I bought it for that reason. So I'm glad it's quiet. Yeah. So the question is still, why didn't I use put to update? I will put that to the I'll put that to the team. We'll see. Well, maybe we'll get a clue. We'll get a little bit of a clue after we finish refactoring our controllers and we go in and we do the last bits of cleanup before we actually get to run this. Yeah. So I'll leave that question hanging out there and see if you can think of any reasons why I wouldn't. Because yes, of course, put is technically the correct method to update things. But there are times when maybe you can't. I'll give a clue here. There's times when maybe you can't use certain methods. So what might cause that? What might prevent you from using certain methods in a particular case? They are not technically the same. No. Post is for technically, when we're talking specifically about the definition of these methods, post is specifically for creating things, whereas put or patch or for updates. Because you're only up. That's a good guess, but we'll ah, Renitz is on the right track. Renitz is on the right track. Yeah, Renitz says forms have only post and get, and yeah, they do. Yeah, forms. We're talking about like HTML input forms, right? HTML web forms. They can only perform actions using post and get. The only two methods they accept. They don't accept put, patch, none of that other fancy stuff. Delete, whatever. They can't handle any of that. Yeah. So there are many times when you will probably see this sort of thing being done. Post being subbed in for another method because the origin of this request is a form. Yeah. Now, the delete method is being used here, but that probably means that the request isn't coming from a form, right? It's coming through some other method or some other device is triggering this route to be called. So just as a little FYI, if you see, something like a post request being used in place of something more exotic like put or patch, it's probably because the request is coming from a form. Now, there's ways you can get around that. You can install specific things to, allow forms to be able to send different types of requests, but it's in the end, it's not necessary. It doesn't change. So whatever method you use, it really doesn't change the effect, right? Really doesn't change the effect. It's more about how does your server differentiate? How do you and your server differentiate between the types of requests? So in this case, I can clearly tell from the path. I can clear, but just by looking at this path, I can tell that it's supposed to be an update. And I can tell by the controller that it's accessing that it's supposed to be an update. So the fact that I'm using post here, it's fine. It's not going to hurt anything. Now, if I was using post and my path, also said like create and I was calling an update controller, like that would be really confusing. Be like, what the hell? But in this case, it doesn't cause any confusion because my path is clear and the controller I'm calling is also very clearly named. An HTML select, which is not a form, can you use put. Are you talking like a fetch? Are you talking like a fetch request? Like single select? I want to make sure I understand what you're asking. Talking like a fetch request? Also, too, the other thing I wanted to mention here, what do we think we're doing here? In this particular path, it looks a little bit different, right? We've got a standard path slash item slash update. What do we think we're doing here? Anybody know what this is? Yeah, it's what's called a param or a parameter. What does it mean? What does it do? What does it allow us to do? What does this param allow us to do? Yeah, UN and Grizz. Yeah, exactly. It's going to allow us to kind of like pass in a variable, right? So when I go to update a specific item in my form, like I have a list of items. I'm going to choose one. I'm going to click on it, and when I click on it, it's going to let me update that specific thing, right? And so when I tell my server or to go tell the database to go, update a specific item, I need to tell it what item I'm trying to update, right? The database needs to know. And so with this param, I can pass in that ID value as part of my URL, as part of my route. And so in order to do that, it's almost like declaring a variable. We use colon and then the name of the thing. In this case, the name of the thing is ID. And so I'm telling my router here, hey, I'm going to be passing you an ID that actually has like a variable in it. Essentially, it's going to have some value that's going to be different every single time. So get ready to, pass that over to my controller. My controller is going to be able to read it. It's going to be able to read that param straight out of the route and then do stuff with it. Yeah, it allows you to pass. Well, yeah, in this case, a param is, yeah, I guess it's you're essentially, yeah, you're using this as part of the route to pass in an argument to a function. Yeah, we're passing in an argument, which is a unique ID value into our function, which is a controller. Sure. Yeah. All right, it's time for a break. We're gonna take a break. When we come back, we're gonna refactor our controllers to actually do SQL. So if you've been wondering, okay, what does this look like as far as controllers? We took out the routing, but this is all still like MongoDB stuff in here, right? All this is still MongoDB specific. How do we change these to actually do SQL queries against our SQL database? So that's what we're going to do when we come back from our break. I'm going to make sure I've got everything saved here. You don't come across those when you're running commands? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so there was a question earlier about can you use put in a single select? I mean, yeah, you can pass other methods outside of forms. Yeah, if you're meaning like a drop down that doesn't live in a form, you can use other methods outside of post and get. Yeah, that's just as a specific limitation of forms. But the nice thing about using forms is that they have built-in behaviors, like built-in submit behaviors, and things that you don't have to write yourself. Um, because if you look at this, actually, if you look at this, like the front end of this particular template, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago when we built it. I was showing the difference of how much manual stuff you have to do if you don't build a form. So, for example, for the let's see, use here. Where is it? Oh, sorry, it's in public. My bad. So just to delete an item, like we're not using a form, we're just using a button to delete an item. So in order to do that, since I'm not using a form, I have to, you know, hand code my fetch. I have to, manually set the method. I have to do all this logic and what should happen after the response is received and all that stuff. It's very manual versus just going and using the built-in capabilities that forms have. So that's why you see forms being used a lot for that type of thing. But in the case of this template, that was just something to demonstrate was the difference. So yeah, I mean, you can see here, we've built in this delete functionality outside of a form. And so I can use whatever method I want. I'm using delete here. But it's often much easier to just wrap stuff in forms and just deal with the limitations. Yeah, and if you're using something like React, you'll find yourself maybe still using forms, but or using different types of forms, but you'll find yourself taking away all that default behavior anyway. So you know, may not be beneficial to you. All right, break time. 5 minutes on the clock. When we come back, we're actually going to do some SQL. We haven't done any SQL yet, right? We've been doing, futzing around with the restructuring. But when we come back, we're going to head back over to item controllers, and we're actually going to convert these. I think you'll find it's maybe easier than you think. It's really not terribly difficult, and you might learn a little something along the way. Squirrel, yeah. All right, 5 minutes. See you back shortly. folks. We got about a minute left in the break, so when you are ready, come on back. Get yourself a glass of water. Get up and stretch if you haven't been stretching, during the previous breaks. Get up and stretch if you can. Um, Pet your kids, pet your dogs, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back when you're ready. I forgot to unmute. Sorry. All right, we're back. Thank you so much, Mattel. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I actually paid for this new theme that I'm using. I paid money for it, which I never do, but I did like it. I thought it was pretty neat. Yeah, it's a neat effect. Unfortunately, Twitch Studio doesn't actually. I bought the effects too. Like there's some custom animations and stuff that I bought, but Twitch Studio can't work with them, so I just use built-in effects. Um, but yeah, I'm glad you like it. Thank you, Mattel. Glad you like the music too. And feel free to follow Crispy Nugget on Twitter. They supplied all the music. Um, yeah, I'd say it was worth it. Good. I'm glad you like it. Yes, and the timer, I really have the new custom timer just because I got so frustrated with Google Timer like going away and coming back randomly. I was just like, I'm gonna have my own timer, dang it. Hey, Key Dev, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. They say, what do you prefer more, front end or back end? Well, let me tell you, Key Dev, if you read my description on my channel, my day job, I'm actually a SQL developer. So I think I'm a little biased in that my day job, I get paid for doing back end work. So my bias is certainly toward the back end. Also, I'm very terrible at designing things. So, yeah, my forte is definitely back end. Hey, Dave. Watch the VOD for the full stack template. Oh, that's awesome. Glad you liked it. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. It's my Twitch and I'll do what I want. Gosh darn it. Yeah. I need my dang timers. Yep. You're doing your front end dev. Oh, nice. That's really cool. I think front end is really cool. My preference is certainly back end. It's what I've done my entire career. But it doesn't mean that I don't like respect, folks who do the front end. I think each requires their own set of skills. I don't necessarily have very good front end skills, so my preference is back end. Google Timer needs you. Yes. Alrighty. Now let's do some controller work. So we previously what we did is we extracted all the routing stuff from our controllers, right? We put that in its own location. We put it over here in our item routes. Now we need to actually get to the guts, the logic of these controllers, and make them work with our Supabase backend. Because right now they're set up for MongoDB, so we need to refactor them to do the same thing, but in Supabase. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Robodom. Wow. I really appreciate Robodom. Thank you so much, Robodom711, for the sub. And again, thank you, Grizz, for the sub too. And the other person that subbed earlier. I'm sorry my alerts are so broken, but I see your sub in my feed notification. So thank you so much. Robodom, good to have you here. We are doing well. Thank you so much, Robo. Kedev says, what are controllers? Yeah, so we are modeling our app on a particular structure that's called MVC. That stands for Model View Controller. And if you're not familiar with it, I'd highly suggest you give it a Google. MVC structure is very common across multiple types of applications. And what that stands for is essentially you're breaking apart your application into its basic functions. So what are the basic functions of an application, right? You have some kind of a back end, that's your model. You have some kind of a front end, that's your view. And then you have some logic in between, and that's your controllers. So you want to break those things apart into separate chunks. And in the actual structure of your code, in the actual structure of your application, you want to break those things apart. into literal separate locations, so that you can, work with them easily. You can figure out where something is, especially once your apps start getting larger and more complex. And so we're moving this app to MVC structure. No worries, Grizz. It's good to have you here. I like it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Odie Muse 98. Thank you for the follow. Yes, exactly as Mavi said. Yep. Controller is the brain, model is the data, views is the looks. Yeah, exactly. No worries, D-Dub. Thanks. Good to have you here. All right, let's look at our controllers. So, get my notes going over here. All righty. First off, we are going to pull in Supabase because we're going to be using some Supabase methods. So instead of Mongoose methods, we're going to be using Supabase. So I'm going to say const Supabase, and I'll just go ahead and require that from my config. I don't know why it's not picking it up automatically, but all right, I'm just going to copy it from my other thing. You're just going to require, that Supabase connection file you created before. Boop, Supabase from your config, pull in your connection to Supabase. And now, once we've done that, we can actually start referencing the Supabase method. So let's look at our first controller here, get index. Here, I don't need to change anything, right? Because all I'm doing with this initial controller is just displaying my homepage. My homepage doesn't have any database logic to it. It's just basically it's a static page. Well, it's not static. It has some photo carousel and stuff like that. But I don't need to change anything here. Let's look at the next one. Now here we do have some database logic, right? Because before we were doing it in await, and we were awaiting, looking for something in our item collection and finding everything, right? Going to the collection called item, finding everything and returning that, then rendering our item page and returning all the stuff. Okay? So once we've done that, now we need to convert it to SQL. So let's think about this, kind of step by step. So how do I mimic this behavior, right? I want to go into a collection and I want to return all the documents. So the SQL equivalent to that would be I want to go into a table and I want to return all the rows in that table. How do I do that if I was writing a SQL statement? If I was writing a SQL statement, how would I go into a table and return all the rows? It's probably gonna be, if you ever learn SQL, this is gonna be one of the, literally the first thing you ever learn. Yeah, we're going to need to be doing some kind of a select, right? If I want to get everything from a table, I would do select star from and then the table name. And I'll actually demonstrate this for you right now. I'll show you this. So I'm going to head back over to Supabase. You don't have to do this. I'm just showing you this, that this is how this works. There in Supabase, there's a SQL editor where you can actually write SQL, like you can write SQL statements. So let's do that. Let's see what it does. So I have my items table, and I'm going to say select star from items. I already have some things in here from when I was doing the app before. I'm going to run this. And when I do that, it returns all my items. There's only 2 in there, but it returns everything. So, and that's essentially what I want to do with that first thing. Similar to going into a collection and returning all the documents, I want to go into my table and return all the rows, get all the data. So that's how I would do that. Now, let's figure out how we translate that into JavaScript. Select thingy from my table. Yeah, exactly. First time doing SQL. I think you'll find it's pretty intuitive, especially at the basic level. So, 2R says, as SQL engineer, are there specific scenarios in your job where you're making queries by your own, or nowadays everything about ORM? No, I write raw SQL all the time. Yeah, so I am a data warehouse developer, and so we do not use ORMs. We write raw SQL ourselves most of the time. Yeah. We use some software tools that have GUIs, like where you're dragging and dropping stuff, but primarily I interface with the database by writing raw SQL queries. A lot of folks are under the mistaken assumption that nobody uses raw SQL anymore, that everybody uses ORMs, or like basically how we're going to be writing this stuff in JavaScript. But no, a lot of places, if you really want to talk to a database efficiently, you should learn a little bit of SQL, like actual real SQL, not an ORM. All right, so let's translate this. So I'll just go ahead and get rid, actually, no, I'm gonna leave that last statement there. I'm gonna get rid of this part. And I'm gonna say const. I wanna return two things from my query. If it works, I wanna return data. And if it doesn't, I wanna return an error. So I can get two things from my query. And I'm gonna await Supabase, right? Because this is an asynchronous function. I'm talking to an outside database, so I wanna await that data to come back. And then our query before was, I'll type this out here. Essentially, this is the query I'm going to try to mimic. Select star from items. So I'm going to say Supabase dot from items dot select star. So that's how I translate this raw SQL query into JavaScript. From items, select star. Okay. And then another thing I'm going to do here that I didn't do in the original is I'm going to add a little bit of error handling. I should have done that, in the original, but I didn't. So I'm going to correct that now. We're going to say, hey, if we get an error back instead of data, let's handle that error. So if error, I want to see that error in the console.error, and then show me the error text. Because Supabase errors are pretty good. They're very readable. It will tell you if it can't do something, if Supabase can't do something, it will tell you what the problem is, like in just like a sentence, which I think is pretty nice. So I like to log those errors because they're actually helpful. And I also, this is just something that I set up on my side, on like just for error handling. If there's an error, we want to redirect and show the user a specific error message. So we're just going to redirect the user. Now, if everything went fine and we got data back, I'm going to say res.render, and I'm going to render my item page with that data. So with the data we got back from that query. Okay. Robo says, Mindwolf, did you make those tables from scratch, or are those built in for SQL? Which tables are you talking about? Are you talking about the one I just did the one I just went over to Supabase and did a query against? If you're talking about that one, I did make that one myself. Supabase makes it really easy to set up tables. It's just a click, couple clicks, and you set up a table. So I already knew what columns I needed, and because I know what data I'm getting from my application, and so I set up the table, and now we're going to be doing some queries against that. Yes, and you're exactly right, Ewan. It's something like supabase.from. Yep, exactly. We're saying from table items, select star. Now, if you're not familiar with SQL, you might be like, what the frick is star? But star is actually something that we call a wildcard. And what a wildcard means, and wildcard is one of a general term. You might see star being used in things like in other languages too. Essentially, what it means is everything. Give me everything. Give me all of it. Give me whatever you have. Give me everything. Not looking for specific fields, nothing like that. Just give me all the stuff. So that's what we mean when we say star or wildcard. It just give me all of it. Okay. eDev says, why do you need to translate it? Because MongoDB is a different type of database. MongoDB is a document-based database. It's a completely different type than a SQL database. So we're literally translating from one type of database to another. So we're translating from MongoDB over to, so we're translating from a document-based database to a relational database. So if you're wondering what those two types are, essentially document-based databases are object-based, individual objects, and relational databases are table-based. So if you ever want to do anything with the back end, you should know what those two are and know what the difference is between them. If you ever want to work with the back end, I would highly suggest, if somebody says document based database and somebody says relational database, you should know what they mean and you should know what the differences are between them. And so we're essentially translating from a document database to a relational database. Those are kind of two fundamental aspects of working with the back end. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point, Hassler. We also use the star in CSS, right? The star in CSS means apply this to everything, right? It's the exact same meaning in SQL. It's a wildcard. Yeah. Asterisk in general means everything. Okay. Grizz, I'm not sure I understand your quest. I'm not sure. Oh, you mean this? You're asking what the question mark means here in the route we're sending back? Actually, that is a good question. Essentially what we're doing there is this is using the question mark means something very specific inside of a route. So what I'm telling my server here is essentially redirect back to the item page, but don't try to read this second part. So I'm essentially telling my server, hey, just read this part of the URL, and when you hit the question mark, just stop. That's not for you. Because what I'm doing here is I'm passing this error equals true back to my client side. And if my client reads the URL and says, oh, crud, we've got an error, it can display an error message to the user. So I'm telling my server essentially, hey, I'm passing something special here. It's not for you. This is not a routing thing. I'm not trying to tell you to go to a page called error. I don't have a page called error. Just ignore that bit. That's what the question mark is for. It's a good question. Oh, Cubsy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Good to have you here. Yep. All right. So that's our first one. We've refined it, right? We're getting all the stuff from items because this is what we would if we would when we display our item page, we want to list all of the stuff. Okay, and just as a reminder of what that looks like, let me see if I still have it pulled up. Yeah, here we go. So it's essentially going to look like this. The item page is going to display, and it's going to show everything in the database. All right. Next up is create. So still an asynchronous, and I'm going to do something similar here. I'm going to say const data error, and then await Supabase. So I'm actually going to get rid of this whole thing here. So I'm either going to get data back from the query or I'm going to get an error. I'm going to await Supabase. And now, again, I'm going to say from items, insert, because I want to insert a record, right? I've created something new. So into that table, I'm going to insert a record. Hassler says, what's going to happen if you don't specify the question mark? Well, you could certainly try that, but what's going to happen is your server is going to say, like if I remove the question mark here, your server is going to say, oh, there must be a page called item error equals true. And it's going to look for that page. It's going to try to render that page, a page called item error equals true. And that page, of course, does not exist. So you'll get an error in the browser that says cannot get slash item error equals true. It's going to look for that as a page. Now, but the question mark says, hey, server, forget this bit. You only got to worry about this part of the URL. Okay. So when I'm creating something new into a database, I use insert. So essentially thank you so much. I'm not going to read that username, but thank you for the follow. The server is going to say, why do you do this? Yes. Exactly. No, it's going to be completely confused. So that's what the question mark is for. And actually, when you're reading URLs, you'll see question marks being used a lot. Once you start noticing it, once you start looking at URLs, you'll be like, oh yeah, there's question marks everywhere because in production applications, servers are passing things back and forth all the time. They're passing information back to the client. Clients are passing information to the server, and so you're going to see question marks everywhere in URLs. That's why some URLs are like super long, because the URL itself is very short, and then there's a crap ton of stuff like after the question mark because it's just sending information, sending variables essentially. So pay attention to that. Start looking at URLs. When you start navigating around a website or an application, start looking at that. Yeah, do it. Start looking for question marks. You'll see them. Okay. So we're inserting a new record into our items table, right? And what I want to insert in there is literally just, let's see, I've in my form here, I have two fields. I have name and description, right? Two fields. Name, description. And in my table, I essentially, so these two fields are automatically generated, these two right here. I have two fields, name and description. So really, I just want to take the stuff that's coming from my form, like the two things that are coming from my form, and put them straight into the table. So that's super easy to do. I just say rec.body. Take my request, get the body of the request, and just boop right into the table. So that's it. That's all I need to do. And I'm going to copy this part of it. Do it for the first one. So if there's an error, I'm going to console log the error. I want to redirect to my error thing, my little error operation on the client side to show the user. And I'm going to redirect. If that insert was successful, I'm just going to do a redirect, res.redirect back to my item route. So I re-render the item page with the new thing that I've just inserted. That's going to refresh the list, grab the whole list again, and show the new thing. Yeah, you're seeing them now, aren't you, Dave? Yeah. Even Twitch uses the question mark in the query string. If a channel raids another channel, you will find a question mark. You will find the question mark. Oh, I gotta ban somebody. Hang on. Boop. Bye. There we go. Let's see, channel raids another question, you will find the question mark refer equals raid at the end of the URL. Yeah. So let's pay attention to that. So we're going to do a raid at the end of this stream here today. We're going to do a raid. We're going to raid somebody. And when we do that, I want you to look at the URL after you get to that raid target. So after you get bumped and head over to the raid target, I want you to look at the URL in your URL bar and see what it looks like. Renate says you don't check if the data from the client is correct. So if we were using MongoDB, we would do that, right? We would do that with like a schema, right? Our schema would validate the data, but we don't need to necessarily in this case because we're doing validation in two places still. We're doing validation within the form itself. So inside of my form, if you go look at the form in the view here in our item view, if we look at the form, we can see that both fields are already marked as required. So that's our first validation. Both fields will be populated. We know that. And by its very nature, my table in the database is going to validate for me. Because when you create a table in a relational database, you assign it data types for each field. You say, this has to be a string, or this has to be a date, or this has to be a number. And it will not write that data if it comes in wrong. So our validation, the nice thing about relational databases is that the validation is built in. You don't have to do any extra validation yourself. It is part of the table. Your database will literally block it from being written if it's wrong. Yeah. Okay. So we did our insert, error, redirect back to item to reload the page. Okay, that's it for that. Let's do update. So once again, we're asynchronous. My notes back up. I somehow minimize them. Okay. First thing we're going to do is we're going to pull just the ID value out because we're doing an update here, right? So if I'm doing an update of an item that already exists, I need to make sure, whoops, I need to make sure that I'm updating the right one in my table. Right? I need my database needs some way to identify, okay, what specific item am I updating? So I'm already storing that on the client side. So I'm going to reach in, grab the item, and if you recall, I'm passing in that ID value inside of my URL, right? Inside of the route. I'm passing that in as a parameter, as a param. So the ID value is stored here in the route. As soon as my controller receives that request, it's going to go into the request, going to look inside that path and look for the parameter called ID. It's going to pull it out, and it's going to store it in this variable called ID. Okay. Robodom says, are you able to perform insert on DB interface? Are you talking about using SQL, like just plain SQL? Can I do an insert? Is that the question? Yeah. Yeah. And I can show you how to do that if I remember toward the end. I'll show you how to do these things in SQL too. And if you're interested in learning the basics of SQL, how to do CRUD, C-R-U-D, create, read, update, delete, using just SQL, not using any ORMs or JavaScript or any fancy tools, just SQL, talking directly to a database. I have several classes on that. I've done it right here on stream, using Supabase, using other tools, just writing plain SQL. It's really valuable to know. If you go to my YouTube channel, yeah, if you go to my YouTube channel and look and just query in my YouTube channel, just search for SQL, you'll find several classes where I teach you how to do that. Two where he says, what's the current, where should I validate? Where should I do it? The answer is as many places as you possibly can. If you can validate it on the front end, that's a great first line of defense. Um, do it in a schema, do it in a table, do it as many places as you can, as many places as you need to, but preferably more than one. Hey, Ellen, good to see you. Yeah, there's no right place to do validation, but you should be doing it as many places as you need to do it, preferably on the front end and on the back end. So in our case, we're doing it in the form itself, right? We're doing it in the form itself, and we're also doing it in the table. And we could add additional validation here. In this particular, we could look inside each, we could look inside the body and we could say, is it, are both fields populated? In this particular case, I know they are because the form will not submit unless both fields are filled in. Yes, validate. Yep, validate as many times as you need to, wherever that makes sense for you. Yep. Okay, so we did our, let's see. All right, we're working on update now. So we've pulled out the ID from our params, and yeah, I don't need to actually do this. And we're gonna get rid of all the rest of this. All right, pulled out the ID. Now I'm gonna do kind of similar to what we have been doing, right? You're gonna see a pattern here. We're gonna run a query, and we're either gonna get back data or an error. We're gonna await Supabase from our items table. What method do you think I'm gonna use here? What method do you think I'm gonna use here? Don't think about it too hard. Exterminate. Exterminate. I have a little Dalek somewhere. He's called Steve. I don't know where he is right now. Olive. Welcome to the stream, Olive. I like the enthusiasm. You're pretty close, except we're doing a different operation. We're not strictly doing a fetch here. We are doing some SQL, and so what that SQL is supposed to do is supposed to update a record. And so the method we're going to use is update, right? No, it's all good, Olive. I like the enthusiasm. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Yeah. And so what you'll find is that a lot of these SQL keywords are very straightforward, right? Let's pay attention to what we're doing, right? We're selecting, which means we're retrieving something. Next up is we're creating something. So we're inserting something, right? Oop, putting it into the table. When we're updating something. So these keywords are pretty self-explanatory, right? There's nothing really that confusing here. So we'll take rec.body, we'll insert that. Now, but I do have a condition here, right? I do have a condition because I just don't, I don't want it to go in and just like pick a random record to update, right? So what is another thing that I need in order to make sure it updates the right record? Rather than just picking one to update. What do I need? Yeah, I need to pass in the ID, right? And if you're familiar with SQL, if I were to write this out as a SQL query, let's do that real quick. So I'm going to head over here to my SQL editor. Hopefully you can see that. It's not too small. Make it a little bigger for you. So we'll say update, what do I call this? Items, set, we'll set, well, I'll change the name of a record here. Set name equals manual update. So if I want to identify a specific record to update, if I want to identify a specific record to update, how do I do that? If I was writing raw SQL, how would I identify a specific record to update? It's gonna be some. Yeah, I need what's called a where clause. I need to specify which item I want to update. I'll update item 3. No, I'll update item 2, where say where ID equals 2. Okay. Okay. All right. Then we'll do another select and see what that did. Oh, semicolon. See, SQL cares about semicolons. And I'm a senior SQL developer and I still don't do them. Lordy. So now look at that. The name is changed. Yeah, because of that where clause said which one to update. It updated the item with record with ID equals 2. Now the name is manual update because I changed it. Nice, Olive. I like that. That's great. SQL doesn't care about yeah, SQL only cares. See, SQL is very weird about semicolons. It's very weird. If I were to just select a single statement and run it, it wouldn't care if I had a semicolon on it or not. If I just run a group of statements or try to run a group of statements, then it cares that they must be separated by semicolons, but the last one doesn't need one. It's just one of those things. It's SQL's funny like that. Thank you so much for the follow. Hassler says the way you manipulate the data is much easier than shorter than the long way of insert into. Well, okay, so those are two different things. So an insert statement is something different. So not to get too deep into it, but an insert statement is where that's the create operation. So an insert, if you did something like insert into whatever items values, and then you said a new value, that would put a new row in. This is an update, so that would be doing a create statement. I would be doing a create statement. This is doing an update statement. So they're two different types of operations. Okay, but that was raw. That's how you do it in raw SQL. And so essentially what I need here is if I'm doing an update, I already have the from part. I'm already doing the update. And the last thing I need to add is my where clause. SQL clause is coming to town. Yes, exactly. The last thing I need is my where clause. So how you do a where clause with these Supabase methods is EQ, which means equals, and then what field you want to match on, so ID, and then the value that you want to match, so ID. So, whoop, not DI, ID. There we go. So what I want to do is I want to grab my ID value, pass it into this where clause, and I want to look in the table for a matching ID field, matching ID value in that ID field. So it's going to look through all the rows in the table. It's in that ID column, and it's going to say, hey, does this ID value, does it match any values in that column? If so, it's going to do the update, right? And there was a question earlier about the square brackets. Yeah, we're going to try actually, the square brackets. I don't honestly understand. I don't remember if I needed to add those or not. It may have just been a, copy paste dealio. So we'll try it both ways. Once we get into testing, because the answer is I don't know. I don't remember if I needed those or not. So once we get into testing, we'll figure it out if we need them or not. If we don't need them, we'll remove them. Because yeah, I should have made a note about that if I did make that change, but I honestly don't remember. So if anybody wants to Google that on the side and sound really smart in chat, then I give you my full permission to sound super smart in chat. But we'll test it both ways. We'll run a little beta test on that, A/B test. All right, so after we've done the update, again, I'm going to do my error handling here. So just copy and paste this. If the update was successful, I'm going to reload the item page to show the change. Olive says, are you using React? Not this time. If you're interested in React, I do have a lot of videos where I do use React. This today is all being done in vanilla JavaScript and EJS. So using EJS to update parts of the user interface. But I do, if you are interested in learning React, I have a multi-part series where we learn React from scratch. I also have several streams where we build React applications. Jumbe, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. All right, so last thing we need to update here, last controller to update. You just got onto a project that uses TypeScript and React. Yeah, it's a mountain of info. I'm thinking, I don't know that I've done any projects here on stream that use both. I've done projects using TypeScript and then projects using React, but not together, because you're right, that's a lot, right? That's a lot to do, but it is a fairly common combination in production applications. So we'll do that probably here on stream eventually. But I don't know that I've done a stream so far that does both. Rajesh is bold. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Rajesh is bold. Awesome. Yeah, we do a lot of Raw.js here on my stream. I think because it's important. It's important to be comfortable in a variety of situations, right? Because if you get a job or a freelance client, you never know what they're going to be using, right? Then they're going to, you get hired on, they're going to expect you to learn their stack, whatever that is, JavaScript, React, Next.js, Vue, whatever. And so we try to use a variety of different frameworks and tools and not get too complacent in one particular thing. That's why for today's project, we're converting this particular application from MongoDB, which is a document-based database, over to Supabase, which is a relational database. Exactly. Vanilla.js is the foundation for so many frameworks, React, whatever you're using, that you should know how to do the basics. It is, yeah. It's Vanilla.js is absolutely foundational to all of web development. Absolutely, couldn't agree more. It is, yeah. Literally, it is. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we did update. Now let's do delete. So once again, you're going to see a pattern here from Supabase, from items. Let's see. I'm going to, well, just get rid of the whole thing. It's okay. All right. So from items, what method do you think I'm going to use here? Don't think too hard. What word makes sense to put here? Yes, exactly. Delete. Oh, that's so weird. My auto mod just went like rogue for a second there, Robodom. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. It just chose it. Everybody was posting delete in chat, and it chose one message to like one person saying delete to just flag it and be like, oh no. It didn't like that. Delete. Yes, exactly. We're gonna delete it. Yep. Automod's generally pretty good, but it didn't like you there for a second, Robodome. Who knows why? So we're gonna delete it. This one we do need a just a little. We're gonna put the parentheses there, but we're not gonna put anything in it. And the other thing we need to add here is another where clause, right? And why do we need that? Why do we need a where clause here? Add the same where clause we used before. Why do we need a where clause here? Rogue automod. Yeah, to know what thing to delete, right? Exactly. Yeah. Because if I was using raw SQL and I said, if I did this, don't do this, by the way. If I did this, what do you think would happen? If I did delete without a where clause, what do you think would happen? Yeah, you've just destroyed your table. Exactly. Kaboom. Yeah, there's lots of ways to destroy data. Yep. Um, yeah, those relationships work both ways, right? You can very quickly just kill a table if you really want to. A lot of code editors, even this one here in Supabase, they will. If I try to run this, actually, I think it'll. I can do this with no. It's okay. I can do this with no problem. So I'll just do it. Yeah. So it gives me a warning if I try to run something like that. We've detected a potentially destructive operation in this query. Please confirm that you would like to execute this query. I'm going to say cancel because I don't want to. Yeah. But most editors will warn you before you try to run something that's going to nuke a whole table. So don't be too scared. But anyway, that's why we need a delete here. You'll notice that there's a little bit of a difference between the update and the delete methods. With the update, we're passing in like the request body, but we don't have to do that for a delete. You don't have to do that for a delete because whenever you delete something from a SQL table, you are deleting the entire row by default. There is no way for you to run a delete and just like delete, one field from a record, right? Delete, nullify one field inside of a record. If you wanted to do that, you would have to use an update clause instead. So delete always deletes an entire row or rows. So if you're learning SQL, something you need to think about. Do I want to delete an entire row? Then use delete method or delete clause. If I want to delete like maybe one entry from a field, I would need to use update. Hmm? Keep all that tasty user data. Yeah, soft delete. Yeah. In that case, you would flip a flag, which would make that data invisible to your application. You would just flip a flag from yes to no, and then make it so that data is never retrieved. All right, so delete item. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. And I'm going to add a console log here too, just for my own, because I think I may have broken something like right before I went live. So we'll see when we run this. I may have broken something. And so I'm going to add a sneaky little console log there, and we're just going to see what happens. Yeah, you mark it deleted. Exactly. That's very common, actually. We do that kind of thing all the time at work. We have records that we just don't get rid of, but we just mark them as invisible. Robonom says, when you delete something from the table, will there just be an empty value? No. So the table will actually get smaller. So let's say I have 5 records in the table. They have IDs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let's say I have 5 rows in a table. And let's say I delete record 2. So this one right here. Say I delete it. Boop. Now, when my table is, when the deletion is finished, my table will simply have IDs 1, 3, 4, and 5, but they'll show up as like contiguous rows in the table. So there'll be 4 rows in the table. The IDs values will stay the same. There'll be no gap. It'll just be a 4-row table now. That's okay, Olive. It's good to have you here. Feel free to just listen. A lot of folks just listen to my stream. A lot of folks never say anything in chat. They'll just listen. They'll be cooking dinner or whatever. But great to have you here anyway. KeyDev says, are there major pros to move database? Not necessarily, but sometimes you might find that a particular database isn't working for you. It's become too complex. There's pros and cons to document-based versus relational databases. Um, again, I really suggest that you Google the differences between the two and what both are better at. Neither one is better than the other. They're different. They're for different purposes. But when you say something is only a SIF deals in absolutes, right? So you want to be careful when you say something is fundamentally better than something else. Usually they're good at different things. So you might find that you originally thought your app was going to do one thing, and so you chose, a document-based database, and you're like, nope, that's not going to work anymore. I've added too much stuff or too many relationships. I'm going to convert this over to a relational database. So it really just is whatever you need. Yeah. Okay. Console log the ID. We're going to delete it. Okay. So similar to before, we're going to grab that ID from our request, and we're console logging it. We're going to delete it, and then we're going to do our standard error checking. Oh, yeah, sorry. As engineer and Randy's pointed out, yes, that we do need to grab it. We're going to grab it right here. Grizz says, if we delete ID2, why does it not make ID3 our new ID2? Think about that. What is ID for? In MongoDB, what is, okay, think about it this way. In like MongoDB, what is an ID for? What does it do? What is it for? What does it mean? What is the ID field for? Or anybody can answer this question. Doesn't have to be Grizz. Yeah, it's a unique identifier that points to that specific thing. The most important thing about an ID field, whether you're in a relational database or you're in a document database, is that that ID is what's called immutable. It never changes. Until that row is deleted or that document is deleted, that ID will always stay the same and always refer to that specific thing. That's the whole point of an ID, is that it is immutable. It never changes, because everything else in the database, in that row, in that document, in that whatever, it could potentially change. It could potentially be different. We need something that is always going to stay the same, never change, and always refer to that specific thing. So that's why. Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's for. That's why it doesn't change. Okay, checking this. Got that. We got our error. Oh, and I also want to console error. Actually, I'm going to change these. No, I'll leave it as is. I want to see what this does. All right, that's fine. Redirect, and then, okay. If the deletion is successful, I need to do a slightly different thing here, and that's just because of what I did on the client side. So this message is slightly different only because of stuff I did on the client side. So don't worry too much about it. We're just going to send a specific status, and we're going to say item deleted successfully. So don't fret. The only reason this message is slightly different is, again, because for the delete request, we talked about this a little bit before, for the delete request, I didn't use a form. And so because I didn't use a form, I have to control all the reload logic, all the fetch stuff, all that stuff I have to do manually. And so this was not done using a form, so I have to send a specific status back to my client, tell it to reload the page, and do all those things. That's why this is slightly different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stop. Hey, that password's on my luggage. Yeah, exactly. All right, I think we're good to go. I think we're done with our controllers. I think we're done. Yeah. Oh, final question here. If you'll notice, the keen-eyed among you might have noticed that in most of these requests, I'm not actually doing anything with this data item. I left it in there because it's, it makes sense, fetching, that kind of thing. The only time I'm actually doing anything with this data value that I'm returning from the query is in my first controller here. Why is that? The rest of these, you may not be able to see, but the rest of these are kind of grayed out because they're not being used, right? The controller isn't using this at all. Data is declared, but its value is never read. So why? Why am I only reading it here? Bit of a tougher question, but why am I only making use of this data value in my very first controller? We're reading it, right? Exactly right. We're reading it. So in the first one, right, we're rendering our item page and we're passing in what we're getting back from the query, right? We're passing in that list. Okay. Yes, that's exactly right. You're all exactly right on the get. But why is it not being used in the rest of them? Why don't I have to use it in my create, my update, or my delete? Why don't I need it here? Because after I create something new, the page shows up with the new thing on it, right? After I create something new, the page shows up and it has the new thing on the list. So why don't I need to use this? That's the first part of the answer, Renitz. Absolutely, yes. So something like an insert statement or an update statement doesn't return anything by default. If you recall, when I was doing that raw statement, when I did this update, we'll do it again. I'll show you this. We'll do it again. Manual update 2. I'm just going to run this again, and it'll update this name again. So I'll run it. Pay attention to what it shows here at the bottom. Boop. No rows returned. Yeah. When you do something other than a select, it's not going to return anything. So there's nothing to use. It doesn't, that query, updates, deletes, inserts don't return anything by default. So there's nothing to use here. So where does it come from? How come after I insert something, I create an item, how come I can then see that new item immediately show up on the page in the list with the other stuff? How? It is in the form data, but that's not how it's being retrieved. It is being retrieved from the database. How? This isn't doing anything. Where's it coming from? It's in the controller. Let's walk through it. All right. We're doing the insert. Next, we're checking to see if there's an error. Let's assume there's no error. Let's assume it worked. What is the else statement doing? What is the else doing? What is it doing? Redirecting. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we're being sent to the item route. And what does the item route do? What does the item route do? We're doing a get to our get items controller. And what does the get items controller do? It does a select. And then it renders out the item page with all the data. Exactly. Yep, we're doing a redirect. It calls our item route, which calls get items, which does a select, which gets everything, including the new thing we just added or updated or deleted or whatever. And it renders it again. Yeah. So when you're building stuff, it's really important to think, okay, what information do I have, right? What information do I have? What information is this going to give me? Nothing. So I need some other way to get it. Now, I could do a second select statement here. I could put another line here and then immediately do another select and fetch that data again, but I don't have to, right? We're gonna keep our code dry. We're not gonna repeat ourselves. DRY, don't repeat yourself. So instead, I can just call get items, do another fetch, right? or do another select. And then that'll reload the page anyway. Bada boom. Okay. So we're going to insert, we're going to update, we're going to delete. And each one of those is going to redirect back to the item route. Okay. Yeah. So, sometimes this stuff happens and we don't really think about it, right? When you make a change on a form, on a page, whatever, when you make a change on a form, on a page, it just happens, right? The data just appears after you just expect it to happen because that's logical. In your brain, you're like, yeah, I deleted something. So of course it's going to be gone. But how does that actually happen? How do you route that on your controllers in your back end? How do you make that happen? What the user expects? And so that's really important to think about how those things fit together. Thinking back to how many times Leon said, refresh the page. Yeah. So is the answer fetch? Kind of. We're not actually doing a fetch here. We're not actually doing a fetch. What we're doing is we're doing a select on our server. Fetches are done on the client side. Fetches are done on the client side. We're not doing that here. We're just doing another select. All this is happening on the server side, on the back end. So we're doing a select, and then we're just essentially we're just reloading the page. We're rendering the page again with all the items that we selected from our database. Okay. It's all good, RoboDom. Sometimes this stuff might take a minute to kind of, percolate in your head, and that's perfectly fine. That's why we have the VODs. That's why we have the YouTube videos. Go back and watch it again. Think about it a little bit more, and then and go to the code in the repo. Go to the code in the GitHub repo and walk it through. Like say, all right. One thing that I like to do is I like to walk through my routes manually. So I'll say, okay, I see a redirect here. What route is it going to? It's going to item. What is the item route? Where does that go? Where does that go? Well, if I look at the routes, I can see it calls this controller. So what is this controller doing? What happens then? And so you just step through it, and then you'll see, oh, okay, that's why I need to. Relativistic minute. Yes, that's why it's perfectly fine to review. Yep. Just remember, inserts, updates, and deletes don't return anything. So somehow you need to get that data, that updated data, back to the user. How do we do that? Well, we basically select it again from the database now that that thing has been updated or created or deleted, and then re-render the page. Yep. Like paint by numbers a little bit. Okay, so I think we've got everything there. Now, not to complicate things, but this last one, as I mentioned, it's slightly different because we didn't use a form. So if you recall, this one actually doesn't redirect to a new path because there's no specific route that's set up to handle it and also notify the client, because we didn't use a form to do this originally. So we have to tell the client whether or not it was successful. Yeah, so this one's a little thornier, but you can ignore this one if you're still trying to wrap your head around what's going on here, like why this works the way it does. Just focus on that. Focus on these two until you get them, and then see if you can puzzle out what's going on here. Well, we are at the end result of this. The end result of this is that it will do exactly the same thing, but there's different things happening on the client side. In this case, it is actually using a fit, but keep it simple. If you're still wrapping your head around this, that's perfectly fine. Puzzle through this until you get it, and then see if you can figure out what this one is doing. You're right, it is returning a status code. And what it's doing is it's returning a status code to our client side JavaScript, and then that is handling the refresh. Grizz says, what if I wanted to return the table with the updated values? It is. That's the thing. It is. It is doing that because we've done the update. Done the update. Actually, here, let me do this. Let me do this. So I'm going to do one more update here. I'm going to update this table. Rid of this. I'm going to update this table. I'm going to set the name to manual update 3 where ID equals 2. I'm just going to do that. Boop. I do it. It says no rows return. So I want to see the updated stuff in the table. How do I do that? Just forget the controllers for now. Right here, I want to see the whole table with the updated values, just like you said, Grizz. What if I want to return the table with the updated values? What do I do? Yeah, I do a select. That's how I see that update. And there it is. How do I mimic that behavior inside my application? Because we've done our update. As we saw, but quite clearly, that doesn't return any data. So how do I do the update? I could write another, select statement here like we did before. I could essentially do this again, or not insert, sorry. I could do this again, but I don't want to. I don't want to. That's not dry. I don't want to repeat myself if I don't have to. Why would I repeat myself if I already have a select statement that's going to go fetch everything anyway? So instead, I'm going to call this item route, which calls this controller, which does the select again, and reloads the page. Ta-da! My updated stuff is visible. Yep. When you update or insert, you're calling the getItems function and refreshing the page. What that does is it does another select, it returns the updated table. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense, or at least starting to a little bit. Because it doesn't matter, keep in mind, it doesn't matter what order these controllers are in. What matters is what order we call them in. So in this case, I'm doing an update first, then I'm doing a select. So I'm going to select the updated data. Okay, good. A little bit more. Good. All right. Grandpa says, is that how the carousel works? What the carousel is doing is a little bit different. And that's in the logic for that is in script.js. What that's essentially doing is it's turning CSS on and off. It's just showing and hiding each image. It's just flicking them on and off like a light switch. Like if you were going around your house and turning lights on and off, it's doing that, except it's doing it one at a time for each image. So it's saying, all right, image 1, you're visible. And then it says, all right, image 1, you're turned off. Image 2, you're visible. Image 2, you're turned off. Image 3, you're visible. Image 3, you're turned off. Image 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's just looping them on a timer. That's how that works. There's no database stuff there. It's just looping the images. Yeah. All right. Okay, I think we're done with our controllers. Now we're almost ready to start testing this, but we do have to do a little bit of cleanup on the front end. So I'm going to save this. And actually it's overtime for another break. So we're going to take another break. And then when we come back, we're going to do our final cleanup, our little dusting off of things. And then we're going to test it. And we're going to actually watch these CRUD operations happen. Ewan says, oh, okay, so for the delete, we're using the response status because we're not using a form. And so we can't use the insert, right? Not the insert, well, yeah, the insert isn't really what we'd be calling anyway, but we're calling delete, and then we are basically the reason we're sending back a status here is because our client-side script is asking for a status. It's awaiting a response because we did a fetch. So just for the delete only, just for this particular method, we didn't, for this particular request, we didn't use a form. We did a traditional fetch. That fetch is expecting a response. And after it gets that response, it reloads the page on the client side. So it's just a different way of doing that via like a traditional fetch rather than a form. Mhm. So that's why this one looks a little different. It's okay. Don't worry too much about this. Yeah. If this is confusing, don't worry too much about it. Focus on really what I really want you to focus on it, if is why these work or how these work. Again, some of the stuff that I've done here is to show that there's different ways to do things. But at the basic level, just focus on why and how these work and walk through them by hand if you need. Say, all right, what does this part do? Where does it go? What does it do? What does it mean? And figure out what that actually does. It's okay, Grandpa can code. No, this is complex stuff. No, confusion is part of the process, but this is fairly complex stuff. Once you start getting into back end applications and routing, full stack, um, it's okay to feel flummoxed or confused, especially when you're first starting to get into full stack. And even after you're already in full stack, sometimes routing is hard. Figuring out where did things go, what should rely on what, that kind of thing. So don't feel it's okay. Um, if you're feeling confused, you can always go back and watch the stream later. You can pause it, you can rewind it, you can watch other people's streams on routing. Sometimes I'm not going to make sense, right? Sometimes stuff that I'm saying just isn't going to click, and that's perfectly fine. Um, I'll try to explain it in different ways, but sometimes it's just not in the cards, right? And so you can go and you can watch somebody else's video, you can read about it, um, and yeah, it's perfectly okay to not understand something in the first try. Yeah, and it will become the more you look at it, the more you do it, the more you work with it, it'll click. No, it's all right. It's perfect. It's okay if folks don't understand something. I try to explain it, but I know that it's not going to be no matter the best teacher in the world, is not going to make it click with everybody on the first try. Sometimes you just got to go back and you got to look at it again, watch it at half speed, pause it, all those sorts of things. Totally understand. Um, oh, thank you for the follow, Kiv. Really appreciate it. Good to have you here. And Robodom brings up a great point. They say, I'm always working on a project where I won't get something. Yes. And that is so important. I love work. Yes. And you should always be working on a project where you don't understand some aspect of it. That's why it's so important to just build stuff and expose yourself to stuff that's new and different. Um, yeah, I love just diving into something completely random off the wall and being like, I don't understand this. Let's go, baby. Yeah. Or copying and pasting stuff until something finally clicks and you're like, oh yeah, I know the way that works now. That kind of thing. As Robodom said, I feel that way every day and I'm a front end developer. Yeah, me too. Oh man, it's so common. So on delete, patch, put, or post, we should not return data, only status code with message. No, that's not a hard and fast rule. It depends on what you're trying to do. Yeah, it depends on what you're trying to do. What does your client need in order to so think about it just in more general terms. Whenever you're putting together a controller or any kind of logic on the back end, think about, all right, what does my client side need in order to show the user what's next? Whether you're going to a different page, you're reloading the page, you're changing the way a form looks or a list looks. Just think about it and don't think about it I should always do this or I should always do that. What does your app need to do next? What is it? Does it need to reload the page? Does it need to show a list? Does it need to, I don't know, go to the next page? Whatever. Does it need to show an error message? Think about it in terms of what does my user need to see next after this operation is complete. It could be a number of different things. That's why it's nice to when you're designing a new application, it's nice if you can go at it by like thinking out like from the user's perspective first. When you're designing a new application, what should it look like for the user? How should it behave? How should it feel for the user? That's going to help you when you go to design your controllers and your logic because you're going to know what comes next. You're going to say, oh yeah, after they submit this form, it should reload the page. And then you immediately know what you're going to send back to your client. So that's why you got to plan. That's why it's. I shouldn't say you have to, but it's helpful to plan out your application first before you design it. Brain fried. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you're gonna get that. That's why breaks are important too. All right. And anyway, speaking of breaks, it's break time, baby. When we get back, we just got a little bit of cleanup to do on the client side, and then we'll be ready to fire this bad boy up and test it out. Okay. Cool. 5 minutes. Be back here soon. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. I'm still waiting on my tea kettle to boil, but hopefully it gets done in the next 55 seconds. But yeah, get ready to come on back, get yourself a glass of water, use the restroom, pet your dog, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back when you're ready. I will be back shortly. this guy. Nope, stream's not over. Still going. Alrighty, and we are back. So my kettle didn't quite boil, but it got close enough. So got myself a nice fresh cup of decaf chai tea. Whenever I get a cup of chai tea now, I always think of that new in the new Spider-Man movie, Across the Spider-Verse, when Peter's like, "Oh, I love," sorry, Miles is like, "Oh, I love chai tea," and the Spider-Man from India is like, "Chai tea." I'd be like, I'll say that'd be like you saying coffee, coffee, or like me saying coffee, coffee. Come on, chai tea is tea. It's just tea. I love that. So funny. Chris says, "Is it cold over there?" Yeah, it's kind of cold right now. Also, my the heater in my house is like not working properly, which is great. Perfect to go into winter with a half broken heater. So yeah, I'm drinking warm drinks and wearing sweaters. Yeah. Braylon says, "Do you do any ARM Cortex?" No, I don't. Nope. But I'm sure there's folks here on Twitch who do. Software and game dev, community here on Twitch is pretty cool. Pizza's been cheesed and is now in the oven. Oh, don't make me hungry, mommy. Come on. That's not cool. Oh. All right. We finished our controllers. Now let's do some cleanup and hook everything together. So I lied. We do need to do one more thing over here in our server.js. So we're done in our controllers for now. In our server.js, we need to do one more thing. Thank you, Twitch. Appreciate the follow. Good to have you here. All right, so in our server, let's think about what our server is currently doing with the code as written. We are listening on port whatever, right? We have set up all of our middleware to process requests. We're listening on a particular port using Express, but our server is missing something. Our server is not doing something right now that it should be doing. Remember, we talked about before that the main purpose of our server should be to listen for traffic and to send that traffic where it needs to go, right? So, what is our server not doing right now? Okay, Twitch lover, I'm sorry. I'm glad you love Twitch. It's a nice place to be. Routes, yes. So, our server is missing routes. And so, what we need to do is essentially we need to tell our server, hey, when you get traffic, when you are listening for traffic and you get traffic that comes to you, you need to send it over to our item routes. Get rid of these notes here. You're going to send it over to our item routes, which are going to send it to the correct specific controller. Okay? Oh, thank you, Twitch lover. I appreciate it. Glad you're having a good time. Good to have you here. Okay, so last thing we need to do in server. I didn't get my notes pulled up again. I keep minimizing them. Last thing we need to do in server is very simple. We are going to create our own middleware. And creating your own middleware is very easy to do. You just say app.use and then what route we want to pass, essentially any traffic that comes in, we're going to direct it to our item routes. Boop. Send it there. And I also need to make sure I'm importing my item routes as well. So I'm just going to require those, just like we did with everything else, so that I can send traffic to the right location. So const item routes, require, routes, and item routes. Now that I've done that, referencing this, save it. So now any traffic, my server is listening for traffic, right? Any request that it gets, it's going to immediately say, all right, router, you're on it. It's going to send it over there. Then the router is going to determine which route it should go to. Now, Star Fox asks, do the server routes need to be in order? The answer is that depends. In our case, it's not going to matter all that much because each of these is essentially fundamentally different, right? It's going to a different route and it's going to a different type of route, right? But there could be times when the order does matter. It depends on, if you've got two almost identical routes that are going to, I can't really think of a specific example, but there are times when it does matter. In this case, we should be okay, because each of these methods and paths create a unique combination, right? It is sort of like roads, Twitch lover. Yep. Routes are they're literally sort of like roads. You're directing traffic down a road, and that's what these routers do. They direct it to the particular destination. In this case, controllers. And that's true. And at the very basic level, you can put them in order so you don't forget to add one. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And exactly. And they're very similar to roads. You're directing traffic to its request. It's kind of like a taxi. Your data is being requested for a specific, you say, hey, I want to go. This data is saying, hey, I want to go here. And then your server says, hey, we got a request to go here, wherever that destination is. The route determines where it ends up based on this information. Then it ends up here and the appropriate action is performed. Create, read, update, delete, whatever. Yes, and you could have potentially, technically almost identical routes, exactly as Renate points out, such as slash item and then item with a parameter. And those, if they're in the wrong order, those potentially you could end up executing the wrong route. Twitch Lover says, wait, so you're creating a video game or I don't know. Well, we're building a web application, essentially like an interactive website that writes to a database. So similar to a lot of the websites that you use, every single day, except, it stores data in a database. It can retrieve that data later. Mm-hmm. The update route doesn't have to be put. Nope. And in this case, it can't be because this route right here, it's coming from a form, like an HTML form on the front end. It's coming from, where is it? Coming from this form right here. Coming from this form right here. And forms can't do puts. They physically cannot. So they can only do gets or posts. Therefore, we have to use the post method. And it's not going to hurt anything at all. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. A route is like the address you send things to, like a literal package box. Yeah. Or a taxi destination, or however you want to think of it. Yeah. Yes. And potentially, you could also have a catch all route. So sometimes what you'll see is at the very end of a list of routes, you'll have another one here where it's like a default. So if all else fails, you can display what's typically called a 404 page, which is like an error page. You sometimes see that, right? You try to go to a link that's broken, like on GitHub or Google or whatever. A broken link page, you'll see sometimes it's a little funny 404 page not found, type thing, and that's a default route where all else fails, show this page. Yeah, we're building apps, Twitch lover. Yeah. All right, so we fixed up our server. Redirect error. We fixed up our server, and that should be good to go. We've imported our item routes. The last thing I want to do here is more of just like a technical check. Um, so you know how when we connect to a MongoDB database, it as soon as it establishes that connection, you generally do a console log and you say, connected to MongoDB, and you give yourself a little alert. Um, yes, exactly. When Google doesn't work, there's no internet. And so what that's doing on the server side of things for you there, Twitch lover, is it's taking you essentially to that default page, that page that appears when no request is received, when none of the routes are working, when a 404 is received or something similar, page not found, then you get the little dinosaur game. That's the default. Hmm? Um, all right, so as we talked about before, when you connect to MongoDB, you often display a little message that says connect to MongoDB in the console. It's sort of a little helpful thing, for you as the developer to be like, yep, I got my database credentials right. Now, if we want to do that with Supabase, Supabase works slightly differently. With MongoDB, you're essentially creating a connection and you're like establishing like a permanent, like that connection is always there until you break it. With Supabase, Supabase works a little bit differently. It works more like a fetch request. Um, it essentially only sends bursts of data, like via queries, whenever you make a specific request. So it's not constant. It just sends requests when it needs to. So like you would with a regular API, right? You connect to any API and you're sending it individual requests, and then it's sending individual responses. And so if we want that connected message from Supabase, we got to do things a little bit differently. I'd prefer switchover if you try to keep it clean. You try to keep this kind of a all ages type channel. Okay. All right. But so if we want to do that connection check with Supabase, what essentially we're going to do is just do a quick test query. It's going to be very small. It's not going to return anything. Heck, it's just going to be small. It's not going to return anything, but we're going to do it anyway, just to get that message in the console that says we're connected. No worries. It's okay, Twitch lover. I appreciate you asking. Heck, dang. No, I appreciate you asking. Yeah, much appreciated. All right. So we're going to do a test connection. Nice. Y'all are funny. So as we did before, I'm just going to say, hey, from items, I'm going to essentially select, it doesn't really matter what we select here as long as it's something. We'll just say select ID and then range 0, 0. And what this is going to do is it's literally going to do a select statement that's going to return nothing. But what it will do is it will return like success message. It'll be like, yep, that worked. That was a valid query. Thanks. Um, is Supabase open source? Yes, I think it is. Yes, I think it's fully open source. It's basically an open source alternative to Google Firebase. You know about Google Firebase? That's like a paid product, whereas Supabase is free at the bottom tier. You can pay for it, of course, but they have a free tier, and it's I think it's fully open source. They have a Discord and a GitHub and everything. Um, yeah, I really like it. It's just a top notch product. And I'm only partially saying that because I want them to sponsor me. All right. So essentially, all we're going to do here is we're going to say, hey, if we get anything back from that query, like any successful response, if that response has data, then console log, we're connected. So if it works, else if, essentially, if we get an error back from that, So if we get data back from the query, say I'm connected. If we don't, then show the error message. Okay. Yeah, and you don't get sucked into Google's ecosphere if you don't want to. Exactly. Yeah. Keep some things for yourself, right? Yeah, another major plus. Open source. Yeah, there's so many great open source projects out there. It's nice to make use of them. All right, so save that. And all the again, all this is not going to return anything back to our client. It's just going to tell us that we're successfully connected. Twitch Lover says, are we going to be able to visit the app? I'm not hosting it anywhere. However, you can use the code yourself and you can see the code yourself on my GitHub. You can do !project in chat in order to get a direct link to the code. But the app itself is not hosted anywhere right now. We're just building it locally, and we're running it locally as well. So you can see we say it says localhost up here. I'm running it locally on my machine. Yes, this is just a test to see if we're connected to Supabase. If this query works, we just console log, yay, you're connected, you did it. Otherwise, you display the error. Twitch Lover, you can see the code, but the app will not be running anywhere out in the World Wide Web. Now, other people can definitely host this if they want to, but I'm not planning to deploy it anywhere where everybody can just go and use it. It's not really for that. It's sort of a this is sort of a practice. It's a template. It's a learning experience for the folks out there in chat. Yes, there's plenty of bots for needs. Yep. I had to ban one earlier in the stream. I had to ban a bot. It happens occasionally. Yeah, exactly. All right, so I think we're done on the server side finally. Now let's pop over to our front end. Joaz, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Twitch Lover. That's very nice of you. Well, I'm a volunteer educator, and so a lot of what we do here on my streams is not necessarily for me to get, a famous app or anything like that. It's for you to take the code, or anybody out there in chat to take the code, build on it, and make it into your own app that hopefully, makes dollars or something like that. I'm not really out for that kind of life, but if you take the code and you build something with it, I make all my code that we do here on stream, all of it's public, all of it's publicly accessible, none of it's hidden privately. You can see all my code right now, publicly available on my GitHub. And so then you can take it and build something really cool and make $1 million with it. ! GitHub for just a link to my general GitHub where all my stuff is. Oh, thank you, Robodom. Okay, front end now. We gotta revise our client just a titch, not a lot, just a little. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Ellen. Okay. So let's see, we should be fine. Index.ejs should be fine. We need to look at our item.ejs. So go into your views folder, go into the views folder and look at your item.ejs. Most of this we're going to be able to leave alone. But the one thing, yes, everybody here is nice, and I really appreciate that. One of my favorite things about my chat is that you are nice. Because I think if you look on my channel, and nobody here is violating any rules, but if you look on my channel, I do have rules, and one of my biggest rules is just be nice to each other. Yes, we are nice. Water includes. Where is that? Sorry, where do you see that? Oh, here. Up here? I do. ! YouTube for my YouTube. This right here is how you can include what we call partials. Partials are reusable code snippets. So what you're looking at right now, this is EJS. This is EJS. And what EJS is it's essentially embedded JavaScript that allows you to embed JavaScript logic inside of what looks like HTML text, like components in React. Exactly, Ewan. Yep. So in our partials folder, we have our nav bar. And so I can call that nav bar as many times as I need to in my application. So right here, I'm calling it. Also in my index, I'm calling it too. Boop, boop. Yeah. So I can call this partial, this header, as many times as I need to. And so that's what include is doing. And so when this renders out to HTML, it's just going to include that header as part of the page. All right, so what do we need to edit here? I'm going to head down to my update form. And the thing I need to update here is that right there. So let me do it again so I can show you what I did. I removed the underscore from the ID. Why did I do that? Any guesses? I'm going to do it down here for delete as well. What is EJS? EJS is embedded JavaScript. So what embedded JavaScript does is it allows you to write an HTML page, but embed JavaScript logic in. So I'm embedding JavaScript logic inside the tag. And so the funky thing here is if you look at the file extension on this page, this looks like HTML, right? This looks like HTML. I'm writing HTML tags. But, oh, thank you for the stretch. Thank you for the follow. My goodness, Stealth 300. Thank you so much. So I'm writing what looks like HTML here, right? But it's not. The file extension says it's EJS. So what this does is it allows you to write stuff that looks like HTML, embed JavaScript logic directly in it, and then when it gets to the browser, it renders the whole thing out in HTML, right? Because browsers can only read HTML and CSS. That's all they can handle. And so, or sorry, they can only display, they can only display HTML, CSS. And so EJS renders all that logic out to plain HTML in the browser. It's the same thing that React does. Yeah. All those frameworks, they all have fancy logic and stuff embedded, but then they all render out to HTML in the end. Okay. And so my earlier question was, why did I change this from underscore ID? I'm sorry, underscore ID to just ID? And yes, several of you answered the question. That's just because in my table, in my database table, it's just called this. And so if my form is sending data up to the server, everything needs to have the right name so that my controllers know what I'm passing in, what field to look for. So I need to change all these references to just ID rather than underscore ID. Thank you, Twitch lover. I'm glad you think that's cool. Yeah, and under the underscore from in ID, that underscore ID thing, that's a very specific thing to MongoDB. I think if you look in most other, like database storage solutions, you're not going to see that underscore. That's just like a thing that MongoDB does to identify it as like I guess like a constant. But yeah, that's kind of a unique MongoDB work that it does. Hmm? You want to say, yeah, so EJS is a little bit like React and Angular and Next and all those frameworks. It's not nearly as powerful though. It can't do things like it can't like dynamically render parts of the user interface. It can only just reload the whole page. Like it can't. There's definitely limitations. It can't really do logic, like complex logic. It can only it's EJS is really just for processing variables. Jen says, "Why don't you use React?" Fair question. I do a lot. You'll see a lot of other streams on my channel where we do use React. I've done it. I actually love React quite a bit. We're not doing it today because this is meant to be more of a beginner-friendly project, and React is not necessarily a beginner-friendly, beginner-friendly thing. So, but I have, if you're interested in React projects, I have a bunch of those on my YouTube channel, !YouTube in chat, if you want to link to that. What's the ball thing when I want to make a message? That's those are the channel point rewards. The more time you spend on the channel, the more points you get, the better things you can request. Grill says, if we have underscore ID in our item.ejs, what kind of error will it throw? Well, it won't be able to figure out what ID you're trying to update. So you'll probably get an error saying, could not find ID or failed to delete or failed to update or failed to delete. It just the database is just gonna be like, nah, I don't know what you're looking for, bro. Your country, it's almost midnight. Well, go to bed if you need to, Twitch lover. Sleep is important. You see underscore ID on the front end, it's safe to assume MongoDB is being used. Yeah, I mean, I would think so. It's that's the only place I've really seen it pop up in that way. You did a small thing in React Native. Nice, good job. Way to go. Exclamation mark. I mean so type that in chat if you want to do commands. Exclamation point like on your keyboard. If we didn't do that, we should work with the request.body with logic in the controller. Yeah. You would have to do more stuff on the server side. If you didn't rename it, you'd have to do more stuff on the server side to like reassign it to a different name. Which I mean, why not just fix it on the client side, right? Why not make it consistent? It's better if you can make it consistent all the way through. Because yeah, you could get around it. You could update your controller to like then be like, okay, find the field called ID and rename it to this before you send it to the database. But we should have it be consistent all the way through so you can follow the logic all the way through from client to server. All right, now let's go down here. And we're going to have to do the same thing because the response we're going to get back from the server is not going to have the underscore either, right? So we got to change those as well so it can display the right thing. You made a picture of a chair. Yes, manipulating the DOM manually is tiring. Yep, that's why I like stuff like React. But sometimes there's use cases for simpler tools as well. In this case, React really isn't necessary. The app, this interface is so simple that it takes no time at all for us to refresh the page. And there's really not that many elements to deal with. So React is would be a bit of overkill here, I think. Okay, passing that in. I think we're good here. Just double checking. Save it. And there's nothing we need to change on index.ejs. There's also nothing we need to change on our header. That should be fine. Okay, now the last thing I'm going to do before we try to fire this thing up and see if it works is I'm going to get rid of my model because I don't need it anymore. I don't need it anymore. I'm going to just get rid of the entire folder because this was just for MongoDB, right? So delete. Boop. Goodbye. I don't need that. We no longer have anything, or should no longer have anything associated with MongoDB. All right. Let's see if we can run it. Shall we? Let me think. I'm just making sure I got everything. Well, we'll try it. We'll see. Let's see what happens. YOLO, baby. Sometimes you just got to YOLO. So I'm going to do npm start. Did I save everything? I don't know. Hey, look at that. So I got 2 success messages there. And it's saying I'm connected to my server. And I'm connected to Supabase. Yay. We're working, we're cooking. And we're connected to Supabase. So that what this has done for us here, remember we put that test connection? We put that test connection on our server side. That's why we did it, just to make sure that my credentials were correct before I try to do anything else. Kind of wholesome to see people hungry to learn. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? you're a full stack dev, and I find all the simplest project with easy code is the best way to produce. Yeah, you got to make it easy on yourself, right? Yeah. Twitch lover, I'm not going to do that. No, that's not what that's not what I do. How hard is it to build to move a whole backend like you just did in an actual company? Is it a big pain? Yes. Uh, that's not often something that's done. Um, I'm not saying it's a big undertaking for a company. And I will so module not found usually means that you have a problem in your routes. So do you have like did you get like 404 response, something like that? Um, yeah, so probably you have a problem in your routes. So I would suggest maybe checking the or did it return module not found as soon as you ran it, or did you try to like do something? Building then reading. Yeah, Arwen, honestly, that's how I work too. I build stuff first, and then then I actually try to read the documentation. I just jump right in and I try to build something. All right, so it is running. Well, let's see what we get. Catching up with chat as well. But yeah, moving stuff from like database to database, so like from relational to document. Yeah, it would be a huge undertaking and a massive pain in a production wide, in a company wide set of applications. Um, so as an example, right now at my work, we're actually doing that. We're not moving from like document based to relational. We're just moving between one relational database, like data warehouse, to another. Like the same thing. They're both relational. We're just moving from one type to another. And it's a 5-year project. 5 years. And it is literally taking that long. Yeah. 5-year project just to move from one type of relational database to another because there's so much stuff. Yeah. So there you go. Did it last year? Worst pain? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 5 years, not kidding. And that's with a team of, I think there's, how many of us are there? 6 or 7 people? Yeah. Like that's what we work on all the time. So jobs, it legitimately is. We're moving from so I work in the education industry, and we're moving from it's not even all of our data either. It's a subset. We're moving some of our data from a, a Banner ODS system to a homegrown like data warehouse, like an internally maintained. So we're moving it from an externally maintained data warehouse to an internally maintained. YOLO the architecture, the heart of migration, absolutely. Grills. So you've got a little spelling error there. Yep. Check your spelling. Nope, mine's just I work from 8 to 5, normal hours. Yep. We manage all of our projects using agile development, so sprints. So everybody knows what they're working on, and so you just get your work done in your own time, which is nice. I appreciate that. There's no long hours. Everybody knows what they're working on at the start of a sprint, and you get your work done, and then you pick up something else if you have time. All right, so now let's run the app. So what? Let's see, what local host am I running? I am running 5,000, so we'll open that. Hey, check it. We're running, baby. So this is the home page. Kitties! Any advice for junior devs looking for the first role? It's kitties! Do kitten-based projects. Yeah. All right, now let's see if we can navigate. Hey, and look at this. So I just verified 2 things there. First thing is that I can navigate to a page. The second thing is that I can retrieve data from my Supabase database, right? Because we saw me do this update just like half an hour ago, right? Directly in the database, and now I'm retrieving it. Hey, okay, let's see if we can create an item. Hey, we can create an item. Now, you might say, haha, how do I know that's not just, writing it to a list, right? How do I know that's in the database? Well, let's confirm it. We'll do a select from items. Look at that. It's in our database. right there. It's even got the data was created on it. There you go. So it's writing to the database. So that's the C. So far we've verified two parts of CRUD: create and read, right? Now let's verify update and delete. I noticed that when you create or delete, it's incredibly fast. The update and table editor of Supabase. Yeah. Um, oh, sorry, Hasso. Yes, I'll answer that in a second. So yeah, the thing is, the reason why I always advocate for people to learn how to write raw SQL like this, like how to write these statements, is that because talking directly to the database via SQL is always going to be faster and more efficient than using something like an ORM, like a client, like an interface. If you can learn to write raw SQL, you can write bigger, better, and faster queries than you can with an ORM. Raw SQL is going to be more efficient. It's going to be faster if you can learn how to write it, and it's really not that hard. So I always advocate for folks to learn just the basics of SQL. Even if all you ever learn is how to write good select statements, like that's going to still get you pretty far. And employers are going to like you for that. Yeah, and then this table only has 2 records. Yeah, of course. If it had if it had 12 million records, it might take a minute, depending on how big those records are. Exactly. And at work, I do work with tables that have 20, 30 million records in them. And so you have to, efficiency is a big deal. Yeah. Those tables that are that big are not uncommon in large enterprise systems, um, because so much of the data that you take in is automatic. Yeah. All right, let's talk about that range 00 thing. So to display this little test message that we're getting right here, we're saying, all right, from items, select ID, and then let's just click on this and see if it can. Yeah, okay, here we go. So let's read the description of what it says is going on here. VS Code is telling us what's happening. It says limit the query result by starting at an offset and ending at the other offset. Only records within this range are returned. This respects the query order, and if there's no order clause, the range could behave unexpectedly. The from and to values are zero-based and inclusive. This will include the second, third, and fourth rows of the query. So like range 1, 3 will include the second, third, and fourth rows of the query. So what do you think range 00 is going to do? Here, I'll hover over this again. Yeah, it's really just going to see if it can fetch one thing. And if it can, it's going to say we did it. Yeah. So it's really trying to get the smallest possible like data return that it can, which is one record. And so, and then that's really just to say, yep, we can get data. You're connected. Cool. And that's for, again, for efficiency purposes, because we could just do, yeah, sure. We could just do like select ID from items with no limiter on it. We could do that. But what happens if my table has 2 million rows? That's going to take some time. It might take some time to return. And so we want to return what's the smallest possible thing we can return and confirm we're connected. Cool. All right. We need to test update and delete, because that's the other part of CRUD we haven't tested yet. All right. I need to make sure I'm in the right. I need to close some of these windows. I'm just going to open this again. Localhost 5000. Boop. There we go. All right. We'll create something else here. Test 4. Test 4. And we'll do one more. Test 5. Test 5. Okay. Let's update. I'm going to update test 4. Okay. And update. Yep. There we go. So when I did that, we were able to update that item successfully. And it also, if you were to go look at it in the database right now, it would be updated with that new description. Sorry, I missed some stuff in chat. In migrating from one database to another, do you have to transfer all the stored data manually? Nope. Um, a lot of the times they'll have some kind of a pipeline, an automatic data pipeline, which writes the data from where it used to be to where it needs to be. That's actually a lot of what I do in my job is data pipelines that send data from one point to another. So there's definitely ways to automate that. Very common. Those are often called ETL pipelines, where you extract, transform, and load data from one place to the other. ETL, extract, transform, load. And it all happens automatically. I mean, you still have to build the pipeline, but then the data transfer happens automatically. Olive says, I imagine a lot of these have to be segmented into shards. It depends. Sometimes when tables get really big, we'll break them into actually two separate tables and then combine those two tables into a single view. So to the user, it looks like a single table, but behind the scenes, it's actually two tables. Ewan says, I found an example of an update in Supabase after the EQ. There is something called single. Do you know what that means? I imagine what it means is that if multiple records match the update criteria, only update one. That's just a guess, though. I would need to double check that method. But there are times when you make an update request, and maybe you're wanting to update on a specific characteristic. So, for example, maybe you're wanting to say, you say something like, let's say you have a table with a bunch of cars in it, like characteristics of cars. So things like the model, the color, the license plate, um, the I don't know, the year, and you could have multiple cars in that table that are red. And so you send an update request and you say, update table cars where color equal, set where car equals red, set value of, I don't know, set to green. Um, and if you just ran it like that, it would look for every matching record that has a color of red and change it to green. But I imagine that something like single would just say, all right, find the first record that matches and only update that one. But again, I would need to Google that. I don't know for sure that that's what that method does. If somebody else wants to Google it, feel free. But that would be my guess. Yeah, I would guess it's something. If you're familiar with SQL, I imagine it's something like limit one. Yeah. How many things do you want to actually update? One record or all of them? Okay, so we've done edit. Now we're going to do delete. I'm actually not sure this is going to work because right before I went live earlier today, I think I broke something. Gotta love it when that happens. So let's see if this works. I genuinely do not know. All right, we're going to works for me. All right, cool. Peachy. Delete. Hey, it works. Okay. I didn't break something. Good. Yeah. Hooray. So we're deleting. We've got full crud, people. We are creating, we're reading, we're updating, we are deleting using SQL in Supabase. So you have just built potentially your first app, and close this. You've just built potentially your first app that uses a relational backend. And now you have the code. The code is out there on my GitHub. You can build whatever the flip you want. And again, I would suggest, so if you want to do more, not dashboard, I want to go to their docs. Oh, here we go. API docs. Yeah. Head on over to their documentation. And it really does tell you, how to do stuff. There's a lot more. That's the API documentation. Supabase documentation. There we go. Their docs are pretty good. And it can tell you how to do pretty much anything you want to do. Put it in chat. There you go. Check out the docs. And you can, return single rows, multiple rows, rows based on whatever criteria you want. So for example, if I was adding authentication to this, tells you how to do that. Tells you how to add security to your tables. It tells you need more links. It tells you, how to maybe return user-specific data, right? For an authenticated user, how do I return only things that belong to that user? That kind of thing. Yeah. So pretty much anything you want there. Mm-hmm. As Ewan says, I was looking at some examples with React and Next. It's really interesting and complete, the docs. Yeah, they have a lot of examples in there and a lot of stuff that the nice thing about their docs as well that I actually do appreciate is do stuff like database. Um, is that it gives you a lot of screenshots, a lot of videos, and a lot of code snippets that you can just copy and paste, like literally in the docs. You just click copy and copy the code. Um, Yeah, and they have, oh, and that's right, they have a GitHub examples repo as well. So a full repo full of examples of projects that are already pre-built, which I think is pretty cool. So tons of resources, tons of code snippets, um, a whole reference library. So no matter what you're building in, C Sharp, Swift, Kotlin, Python, Flutter, JavaScript, head on over to their reference, tells you exactly how to install it, um, how to initialize stuff. Again, TypeScript support. Zoom out here a little bit. How to do literally every possible thing you could ever want to do. Insert, update, upsert, delete, all functions. A ton of stuff on authentication. Authentication is huge. Tons of stuff on authentication. Code snippets you can copy and paste. Just build it out. So, I mean, yeah, look at the docs. You'll find that it's going to hold your hand pretty much all the way through. LN says the EQ.single pretty much means what you said. Mine will, yeah, I figured it did. Yeah. So that single method, if you see that, that's really just, hey, do this thing for one record, limit it to one record, even if you find more matches. Oh, thank you, Hassler. I appreciate it. That's my goal. And my goal is to break it down and make it easy to understand and accessible and hopefully fun. Because it should be, right? Education should be free. Education should be accessible. Education should be fun. Robo says, you feel Supabase is good for junior devs first learning backend, or should we learn Mongo? It depends. So I'll say a couple things about that. So it looks like you might have another. It looks like you might have another spelling error there, Grizz. So when it says things like cannot find module, you want to check your spelling, because I'm seeing that you have items controller there, but I think the name of your controller is probably item controller, not items controller. So try that. So just change your route there to be item instead of items. Hopefully that'll work. Okay. What's this? Yeah. So should I learn Mongo first, or should I learn Supabase? There's a couple things that would point in either direction. So first off, if you've never touched SQL before, that's another language you have to learn, right? MongoDB is nice because it works with essentially what's JavaScript, right? You know some JavaScript. MongoDB essentially works with objects. In JavaScript, everything is an object. You already know how to work with objects. So bada bing, bada boom, you can, use Mongoose and hook up to MongoDB. Easy peasy. However, one thing about in favor of learning like relational databases, doesn't have to be with Supabase, but any kind of relational databases, is that relational databases are by far the most common type of database you will actually encounter out in the real world. Not everybody uses relational databases, but most people do. Most most businesses do. Most employers do. Really, relational databases have been around since the 1970s, and again, they are by far the most common type of database in the real world. So wherever you start is up to you, but those are just the two sides of what I would consider that coin. As far as what you learn first, I would suggest that you learn them both. Learn both, but whichever order you do it is up to you. Preach about accessibility to education. Yeah, absolutely. Why the heck do people have to pay for the things that they really want to learn? Like why? That's just ridiculous. Why do we put up barriers to knowledge and barriers to people becoming productive citizens and educated citizens? Why do we put up barriers to that? There should not be any barriers to that. It should be accessible, free, and fun for everyone. Yeah, grandpa. So usually the most common thing, the reason you get that cannot find module error is because there's a spelling error, or your path is wrong, or your route is incorrect. You seeing the page with the kitten image? Awesome, good start. Ewan says, I was looking for something to use to implement my static front end project, and Supabase seems really good for me for that I'm junior. Yeah, if you need a database and you feel like if Supabase is clicking for you, if you're like, yeah, this makes sense to me, do it. There's no wrong way. There's no wrong way to do this. There's no wrong way to do this. I would just suggest eventually learn them both, but you'll be fine no matter which one you. You're okay. No worries, Zach. Thanks for being here. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just, spelling is just the most common mistake. It happens all the time. It happens to me all the time. You'll I like I mentioned. I think I need a legit like spelling error like channel point reward because I do it all the time. I misspell things constantly. I'm honestly surprised I didn't misspell anything in this project. I feel like there's probably some typos lurking out there that I just haven't found yet. It is common. Renee says Supabase is only the database, can't host the rest of the server. Yes, exactly. That's an important distinction. Supabase is just for hosting the database itself. So you can't host your website there. You can only host your database there. Oh, Grizz, I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, that's always the goal. Have a good session. Hopefully, learn something. Um, yeah, I think we did it. I think we did it. I think we got everything working, right? We're editing. Yep. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Something else. Something we have to do. Something that our users would thank us for. Let me do this again. Let me do this again. See if you catch it. See if you see what should our very last feature be? What should our very last feature be? I'm going to do another edit here. See if you catch it. What should our next feature be? What are users not going to like about what this is doing right now? What are they not going to appreciate about this interface? Other than yes, yeah, so there's two sets of input forms here. You could absolutely change that, but I'm talking more about when the page updates. What do we not like? They're not disappearing, although I can understand why it looks that way. It's because the list is randomized, right? Every time I do an update here, do it again. Watch carefully. That value that I just updated is now down here. Okay, what if I update this one? Now it's down here, right? Things are getting wonky. It's users don't like that when everything is shifting around like this. Your users are going to hate that, right? That's gross. We don't like that. Now, why is that happening? Let's troubleshoot. Probably ordered by the timestamp. Let's troubleshoot a little bit. This will be a good little troubleshooting exercise. All right. So what is cause? So first off, where is this list coming from? Let's figure that out. Obviously, it's coming from one of our controllers, right? And specifically, it's coming from our get items controller. How is that list being retrieved? Well, we're saying from items, select star. So what's causing that behavior? Okay. Yeah, so we're saying we should order the list. Yeah, exactly. So it needs to have kind of some kind of a set order, right? To force the items to appear in a particular order. Now, but first I want to briefly talk about why that's happening. Oh, OneDrive, shut up. All right. I want to talk about why that's happening. I'm going to head back here to my database and I'm going to do this same select statement and that. Then I'm going to run it again. So we're getting the same result over and over and over again, but as soon as I change anything, so we'll do this. Right? And then I did and it also inherently ran the select as well. And as soon as I did that, it shifts the entire order, right? So that's coming from this select statement itself. And the reason that's happening, when I just do a select star from a table, it's potentially going to return things in whatever the hell order it wants. And that's because of the nature of SQL itself. SQL is what's called a declarative language. SQL is a declarative language. Now, when you declare something, if I were to declare to you something right now, I would be like giving an order or a command, right? And if I'm declaring something, I imagine myself as like a king or a queen on a throne, right? And I'm sitting up there and I am declaring to my subjects, you go do that, go do that, go do that, you go to that. I'm telling people to go do things. I don't care how they get them done. I'm just telling them, I'm declaring, go do that thing, make it happen, do the thing. And that's the same way that declarative languages work. You give the language a command, but you have no say over how that gets done. And how that manifests here is in my select statement. By default, the only thing I am telling that statement to do is get me everything from the items table. I am not telling it how that should be done or anything else about it. I'm just saying, give me those things. And so it says, yep, all right, I'm gonna get those for you. And then it just plonks them down in front of me. You didn't tell me to do anything else. You just told me to get the stuff. You didn't tell me what order to put it in. You didn't tell me how to do it. You just said, go get the things. I got you the things. What else do you want? And that's in contrast to something like JavaScript or a lot of other languages, which are what we call imperative. So SQL is declarative. JavaScript is imperative. It can be written as declarative too, but by default, the difference is imperative languages are where you define exactly how something should happen. So you're saying what should happen and exactly how it should happen. But on its face, SQL is declarative. Now, we can add more to our command. So if I want things, I say, no, I wanted everything from items, but not like that. I want it ordered in a specific way. I want to order by ID. And once I do that, then every time I run that select statement, no matter what I've done elsewhere, updates or whatever, deletes, whatever, it'll always order it by ID. Okay. And so essentially now what I've done, and I've said, yeah, all right, SQL, I said I wanted stuff on items, but not like that. Well, SQL's like, yeah, but you didn't tell me. And so it's like, all right, fine, I'll be more specific. I need to declare exactly what I want. And what I want is stuff from items in a specific order. Okay. I don't know how this is happening. I don't know how, I'm not telling it like to use a bubble sort or what kind of like sort method to use. I'm just saying, just friggin' order it. I don't care, how you do it. Just give it to me in this order. That's what declarative means. I'm not telling it what kind of sort to use, how many rows to look through, whatever. Just saying it, get me the stuff in this order. Yeah. I declare bankruptcy. If you're an Office fan. Exactly. It's kind of like that. Yep. And so folks were guessing, okay, when I just did this basic select, folks were guessing, okay, maybe it's ordering by the timestamp. Maybe it's ordering by, the created date. The answer is no. The answer is it's not ordering by anything at all. The answer is it is retrieving the records in the most efficient way that it possibly can by its own, internal logic. and then just tossing them back at me. So it's not ordering by anything in particular. So for example, in a larger table, in a table with a bajillion rows, if you ran that select statement over and over again, it's potentially you could get a different order every time. Sometimes they'll have a default sort, right? Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. Um, but that's an important thing to keep in mind when you're working with a relational database is that it's very easy to fetch all the rows from a table. But if you want them in a specific order, you have to specify that order explicitly. You have to declare it. All right. And so this is, would it be very difficult to route the user to a different page when editing? Maybe if the user has to update a bigger multiple paragraphs. Yeah, absolutely. You just have another route in there to take you to an editing page. We've done it actually in a lot of projects here on the channel. If you go to my channel, go to my YouTube and search CRUD, CRUD, you'll find tons of examples where we've done. Should we use an order by kind of instruction? Yes, absolutely. If you ever want something in an explicit order, you should never trust the database to just do it because it won't. You need to explicitly say order by this. Yeah, those nuances are very helpful to know, especially when you're debugging. Yeah, that's why I mentioned. That's why I left that off. I knew it needed to be done, but I left it off, and then now we're going to do it. We'll get response. Leo says, so we could ask for the info ordered from the DB or ordered at the client, depending on the case. So it's important to remember what we're doing here. Me doing this, me saying select star from items, order by ID, and running this does nothing to the original table. Selects are always read only. Really important to remember. Okay? Select statements are read only. What I am returning here is not the actual table. I'm doing nothing to the original table. The original table is just chilling out there with all its data in the same order it always was. I am just retrieving an image of that data based on my query. It's the same thing my app is doing. It's retrieving an image of the data. So a select statement is never going to be able to affect the underlying data in any way. It's read only. Okay? So if I were to do select star from items again, see my order right now is 2379. But if I do another select, boop, we're in random order again. Right? Because the original data is still sitting out there however it wants to be. And is being retrieved however it wants to be. So what I need to do is in my app, I need to specify what order do I want it to be for this specific query that I'm running right now. So what I'm going to do is simply just add another clause here. Yeah, SQL queries are just consulting the database. They're just reading from it. They're not those select statements are all, they're just reading the data. They're looking at what's there and they're returning what you asked for. They're not changing it in any way, and they never can. The select statements can't do that. You figured it out. Woo! Good job. All right, so we're going to edit this just a titch, adding one more clause, essentially adding an order by clause. But of course, since we're doing it in JavaScript, it's going to look slightly different, but not that different. All right. Right one. Okay. And then also I'm going to format this slightly differently. So since we're doing what's called chaining methods, I can actually hit enter here and just kind of format it a little nicer. So I'm going to do that. And what I want to do is order. So I'm going to say order. And what do I want to order by? I want to order by ID. Also, what direction do I want that to go? So in SQL, you can order things in two ways, kind of like you would in any kind of a table, right? I could say select star from items, order by ID ascending, which would put it in ascending order, 2379, or order descending, 9732. So in this case, I think I would like to do it. I would like to do it in ascending order, but you could do it in either direction. And so I specify that by just saying ascending and then through. All right. No worries, Grizz. It was great having you here. Thanks so much for coming in and hanging out with me. And yeah, have a great rest of your weekend. Robo says, sorry if you already explained this, but you're not using an API for the project. Take a drink here real quick. So what we're doing here is we actually do have a client and a server. They're just in the same they're in the same folder, like because that's just easier when you're demonstrating. Normally, if you were building, a real like a real like a more production ready app, you would probably have things like you'd have your client completely separate from your server. Um, but our client and server are in the same folder for demonstration purposes. Um, I've built separate ones before, but it's just easier if I'm presenting to have them both in the same place. You can switch back and forth between them. Yeah. So, here we've got our server.js, and then we've got all of our public stuff here, all of our client facing stuff in the same place as well. Um, and I've done separate projects before too. Um, it's just harder to teach. What was I going to say? Oh, and also, we are connecting to obviously to Supabase, which is in the cloud. And so, we have an API key for that, but yeah. Yeah, keep working at it, Grandpa. Check out the repo if it's still not quite working the way it should. Definitely use the repo. Compare your code against mine. Send me a message on Discord if it's still not working, and we can see if we can troubleshoot it. Yeah, have a great night, Grandpa. Robo says it helps when learning how the front end communicates with the database. Yeah, uh, you know, building out your starter projects, you can put everything together, figure out that way makes it easier to like trace your routes, right? You can trace your routes back and forth. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Stealth 300. I apologize, I don't think I thanked you before. Thank you, Stealth 300, and Lenton. Thank you again also for the follow. Great to have you here. Yeah, it makes it much easier to trace your routes when they're both in the same place. And you can always split them apart later because it'll still work. You can absolutely split them apart and you'll have no problem at all. I think actually we did, I just do. I did one recently where we did that. I don't know why I can't think of it. I remember because I remember having my two, my server going on one like terminal and my client going on the other. Somebody else remembers what I did recently on stream where we had that because I had two terminal windows going, one for the server, one for the. Hey, Icon, good to see you. Thanks, Megalight. Great to have you here. KevDev says, how would you connect them, front end and back end? Yeah, so that's what we're doing right here. That's what we're doing. We're doing it right now. We're sending requests in this application via a form, right? This form is sending a request up to our server. Our server is listening for it and sending responses. So that's what we're already doing. We're connecting our front end and back end via routes and those requests, right? Our server is listening on our localhost for requests, routing those requests, it's sending responses back down. Yep. Oh, it was the chat app. Yeah. A couple weeks ago, we did a more advanced project where we built a chat app, like a real time conversation chat app with chat rooms and authentication. I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago we did that, and yeah, we had the like the client side and the server side both going. Wolf chat, yeah. Yeah, that was really fun. I really enjoyed that. That was fun. This one's a fun project too. They're all fun. I wouldn't do them if they weren't fun. But that one was really interesting because I never worked with WebSockets before and like real time applications like that. That was really Yuan says, do you think it's possible to use Vercel for hosting a web app and linking to Supabase? Yeah, I would say so. Most web hostings, I mean, yeah, you're going to be able to do that kind of thing, I think, with most hosting services. Mhm. Nerex, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Type of Dev, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you both here. You're having a good day. Okay, yeah, I think that was it. So let's double check that that little change that we made, let's double check that that's working. I'm going to start and stop and restart my server here. Um, so, all right. So I'm going to try to do another update. Date. Okay, let's see. Test 3, that stayed in the second spot. Okay. Now I'm going to do one more edit. Update. Yay! Edit. Update. Yay! So now they're staying in the right order. I'm going to delete one. Now, when I delete one, what I expect to see is that these two will stay in the same place. This one will shift down to take up the space. So delete. Yeah, all right. Crushed it. So that looks much better for our end users, right? Yeah. Icon says, how many monitors are you using? I'm using 2. Uh, you are seeing my main monitor on your Twitch feed. You're seeing my main monitor. It's pretty large, and it's a like a QHD, so it's pretty large, pretty high resolution. I have a secondary monitor that I'm looking at right now that allows me to see chat and chat, my Twitch status, allows me to see my feed, ban people, all my utility stuff. That's on a monitor that's over here, well, kind of here, yeah, near my camera, and that is much. That's a small, crappy old monitor that I've had for 10 years or 15 years maybe. And that's just where I have all my utilities. To be a so streaming doesn't require you to have 2 monitors, but you just about have to. I've seen a few streamers that don't, but that it makes it really difficult for them to display content because they have to keep dragging chat like on and off the screen so that everybody can see everything, and it's kind of difficult. I think my plan is to get a third monitor so that I can have notes on one monitor, utilities on another, and then actually present my third screen. Real does have more monitors than me. Yeah, for my work, I actually have 3 monitors. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of alt tabbing. I know, right? Yeah, for work, I have 3. For personal use, I only have 2 right now. Yeah, exactly. 3 monitors is the basic setup, then you add a fourth to brag, right? Yeah, 3 monitors is really ideal. Yep. I just spent a lot on like my main monitor, so I could have gotten 2 crappier monitors probably for the same. All right. Well, I think we are done, folks. But as always, at the end of my streams, I like to have a little time where we just kind of talk about whatever, um, ask questions, comments, whatever you like. So, Zero Ambition, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Good to have you here. Feel free to ask questions or anything you want to ask me personally. Um, feel free to go for it as long as it's appropriate. 5 monitors to flex hard. Yeah. Oh man, I had a manager at a previous job who bought like an 80-inch TV and used that as like one giant single monitor. I'm sure he was so excited when Windows 11 came out with like the custom window configurations, or he was just over the moon. Hmm. Um, Robodom says the server that where your database is being stored, is that on your computer? Nope. So Supabase, the nice thing about Supabase is that it is cloud based. So the data that you're seeing right here, this is all in the cloud, which means it's accessible from anywhere. So it's not local. So if I were to want to like build an application and host it, I could just hook it up to Supabase and it would work. I wouldn't have to worry about anything local. Some folks, for developing and personal use, they'll build, just like locally hosted databases, that live on their computer. And man, for private data and stuff like that, they maybe want to have it be locally. But I generally use, for personal projects, I always use something cloud hosted because I don't want to have to worry about figuring out, okay, if I want to deploy this, where does my data go? That kind of thing. No worries, Dave. It was great to have you here. Glad you got something out of it. Yeah, and especially if you are actually really storing a lot of data, I don't want that on my computer. I want more room for games. Come on, man. Like, I don't want to, we're going to have like database tables taking up all my storage, my hard disk. I want games. I'm going to store anything on my, and so why wouldn't I use the cloud for storage? Renee says, have you tried Advent of Code? If yes, is that something you'd stream? I've actually never done Advent of Code before. I know a lot of folks do, here in the on the software and game dev space on Twitch. I have never done it before. Maybe I'll try it this year. I'm terrible at deleting stuff. Yeah, pretty sure I have PDFs from 10 years ago. Yeah. We all know you have a Steam account with thousands of games you don't even play. Hey, yeah, absolutely. I will freely admit it. Not 1,000 games, but a lot of games that I have no time to play. Zero. External SSDs full of databases. Oh, reminds me of that like binders full of women thing from one guy a few years ago. Oh. Um, Juan says, "What are you doing the next stream?" I have no idea. I never do. I never plan that far ahead, my friends. Um, there isn't some kind of master plan. It's more about like, huh, this seems fun, or oh, people were asking about this. I should probably talk about it. That kind of thing. Yeah, no clue. I'm flattered that y'all think that I plan ahead, but I really don't. Now, once the next 100 devs cohort starts up, I will have plans. That'll be more structured, but for these types of streams, I just wing it. Not to, I mean, I do like plan like ahead, like a day ahead, but not a weekend. Um, what do you think is easier to break through, front end or back end? It depends. There's pros and cons to both. Um, front end is more visible. Front end is more visible, right? You're going to be able to design a really beautiful page, something eye catching with animations, um, something that's visually inventive, and you're going to be able to put those things in a portfolio. And you're going to be able to put that on Twitter and be like, whoa, look at this. It's so flashy and pretty, right? Like something that's going to make people stop scrolling or stop swiping. Um, Back end is less visible, right? How do I put together a portfolio of how good I can write SQL queries, right? How does that work? Like somebody on Twitter is not going to stop and be like, wow, that was an amazing select statement. How did you do that? They're just not. You're not going to get that eye catchingness, from anything on them. However, the back end is nice in some ways too. There's a lot of back end roles out there. The back end is, it's sort of like an iceberg or like a pyramid, right? You got the front ends out there just displaying the data, but usually the source of all that data is massive and requires a lot of people to work and maintain and all that sort of thing. And so there's a lot of back end roles out there, but they may not be as visible, and it may be harder to market yourself. However, the front end is really competitive for that very reason, right? You got a lot of folks out there building beautiful things, marketing them. Maybe they can build more beautiful things than you can, right? And so, I mean, there's pros and cons to each. I wouldn't say that any one is easier than the other. I would say go with whatever you actually enjoy. Me, I enjoy the backend. I love databases. They're friggin' cool. I love just crunching data, analyzing it, crushing it into submission, and drawing conclusions from that data, building something really cool, that returns good data. That's what I like. Now, if you like designing things, coming up with beautiful visuals, if you like art and artistry, then maybe front end is more. Do whatever you enjoy, and that'll lead you to a career because you'll be passionate about it. You'll want to do it. Catching up with chat here. Uh, I've always wondered when we have operations involved, let's say a payroll app, do we perform the calculations at back end level or do we do it in the database? Yeah. So when you're working with something like a relational database, how you want to generally approach it is try to offload the heavy lifting. By that, I mean the heavy calculations to the database if you can. That's what databases are built for. So if you can optimize your query to only return the data that you want and need, then do that, right? If you know that you only want records for a specific user, don't just go do a select star on your user table, right? Return only the records that match that user ID. Yeah, now you're probably going to have to do some logic in your app to make your data meet the needs of your application, but you've already narrowed down your query, so you're not returning more data than you need. So that's generally try to optimize your query as much as possible to only fetch data that you need to get that logical operation done, and then do the rest of the calculation application that you need to display the data in the right way. Uh, let's see. I can't remember if I thanked you guys for following me already, so I'm going to thank you again. Type of Dev, thank you for the follow. NerXYZ, thank you for the follow. And Zero Ambition, thank you so much for the follow. Some of you might have gotten thanked twice. Robo says, new 100 devs cohort hype. Yes, January. Gonna be exciting. More ways than one. Kev says, do you think you can do a React project next stream, please? Yeah, I mean, I think we're about due for another React project. I have plenty of examples of recent React projects. If you're interested in React, you might check out the chat app that we built just like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, that was super fun and a great implementation of React. Helen says, I like backend. Yeah, great. Backend is a good place to be, in my opinion. Go full stack or do both. Yeah, I mean, I am employed as a backend developer, right? But yet here I am doing full stack. So knowing full stack is great, but if you have a passion for one thing or the other, then don't feel bad about pursuing that. Not everybody has to be a full stack dev. Not everybody has to be employed as a full stack dev. You can do it for fun on the side if you want to. If you really like full stack, then yeah, absolutely get hired as a full stack. But do what you love is what I'm saying. Pick what you love and pursue that. Leo says, I imagine that optimizing queries could be quite a challenge. It can be. Yeah, when you get into really, really, really big data sets, we're talking millions and millions of rows. Yeah, sometimes there's only so much you can do. But especially when queries get more complex, the more complex your query is, the longer it's going to take to run. So you need to consider that, definitely. There's all sorts of, higher level resources out there about how you can optimize queries and your particular flavor of SQL and that kind of thing. But as a beginner, what I would suggest if you're just learning SQL is just focus on the basics, get really good at writing queries. If somebody asks you to fetch data in a certain way, you should immediately know in your head, oh yeah, I need to do a select where, XYZ, right? You should be able to just rattle those off. And then after that, if you actually get a SQL role, you can start to learn how to optimize. Selects is learning how to do selects with where clauses and joins. That will be your friend. GraphQL, I've looked into GraphQL a little bit. I've done like one thing with it, not a ton. But yeah, I mean, that's on my list of things I'd like to learn is GraphQL. Mm-hmm. Front end devs versus back end devs civil war. Yes, we both, the important thing to remember is that front end and back end both need each other. They can't live without the other. Some can even CSS. Oh, wizards. KevDev says, so I hate designing stuff. Ooh. Do you think I can still be good at front end? Do you like okay, you don't have to like design. Do you like front end? Do you like doing front end stuff? Forget about design for a minute. Do you like doing front end stuff? Expertise says, is it possible to get a back end job with no experience? Or do you have to start off as a front end dev? No, 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 no. I got my first dev job as a back end dev. There's no, like, you don't have to start at a particular place or with a particular language or with a particular stack or as a front end dev or a back end dev or a full stack dev. You don't have to start anywhere. I got my first job. I'd been a data analyst for several years, and I just kind of like segued into being a dev as a SQL dev. Yeah, so you don't have to start in any place at all. Jeff says, I tried backend, but only know the basics of Node. There's tons of resources there out there that can help you learn more. I would suggest that before you pick a side, maybe explore both. Try to build a full stack app, right? Try to build some full stack stuff. See if, because the more you build, the more you're going to get that gut feeling of like, oh, I really don't like this part, or oh wow, this part is really fun. Or you'll start to look forward to certain parts of building things. You'll be like, oh, this is the fun part. You'll the more apps you build, you'll start to identify this is the fun part and this is the part I hate, and then that might kind of guide you in a particular direction. My major project when I was studying to full stack was more front end, but I had to build a REST API with Django. Okay, yeah, cool. So you still got some experience, yeah. RoboSim says, I'm not good at designing anything. My employers don't care. At most, they want me to make something that looks clean. Yeah. And that's kind of why I said forget about design. Because some of the time, some of the people you're going to be looking for, they don't want you to design anything. What they want you to do is take their design and translate it into something that works. They're going to give you, like, they're going to have a designer or a, I don't know, business analyst or whatever, or a project manager that's going to say, hey, build me this thing. And they're going to give you a wireframe or a Figma diagram. Build me this thing that looks like this. And you're going to be like, okay, yep. And you're going to do it. Yeah. Python is fun. Yeah. Yep. Because a lot of the times, if you're working for an employer, they're not going to want you to go rogue and just, you know, do whatever you want to do. They're going to have focus groups. They're going to have user testing groups. They're going to have UX. They're going to have dedicated user experience designers that like that's their only job is to optimize the user experience for that application. So they're not going to want you to go off and do your own thing. They're going to be like, build me this exact thing and make it work. Yep. As Ewan says, I'm a front end dev, but we have a team, literally a team that does design. Yeah. At every sprint, they show us in Figma what we have to develop, and that's super common. Yep. Yep. Before I was a developer, I worked for an e-commerce company, um, not Amazon, different one, and I was on the production side of things, so working in the operations facility where the stuff was made. Um, and so we were working on designing a new shipping application so the operators could ship things more quickly and easily, and so we wouldn't have to do as much training. Um, and so a huge part of that was like just endlessly cycling through designs and seeing, okay, how fast can people like ship stuff with this particular design, and how fast can they do it with this particular design? What if we move a button, half an inch up here? Does that make them faster? Can they see it better? Can they read it better? Is the font big enough? None of those things were decided by the developers. It was all based on user feedback. They didn't get to decide anything. They had to build what was optimized for the actual people doing the work. Yeah. The code. Yeah. I really appreciate the examples from folks who are actually working, in those front end fields and really confirming that, yeah, that's how it works. So, yeah, no panic. If you're not good at designing, that doesn't mean that you can't be a front end dev if that's what you like. No worries, Kev. Again, the best thing that I guess the best advice that I can give is just build stuff. Um, and you'll over time, the more stuff you build, you get a feel for what you actually like and what you don't. It does help to know how to use CSS. Yeah. Yeah. At Night says it seems like employers just expect you to have JS knowledge regardless. I mean, JS is a really good, just all around tool. It's just a good all around language to know. I, I don't, do I ever have to use JavaScript at my day job? The thing I get paid for that I go to every day? Nope. Don't have to write a lick of JavaScript at my day job. I do SQL or some VB, some shell scripting, that type of thing, Unix, X, that type of thing. But JavaScript, hell no. But yet, I still love it, and I love that I'm able to build things with it because it's so versatile. You can do whatever the hell you want with JavaScript, and it's if you know it, you can do so much more than I could if I just. These streams are so insightful. Good. I'm glad it's helping. Cool. Or just use Bootstrap, now learn CSS. I am unashamed to say that I like Bootstrap. It is utilitarian. It does what it says on the tin, and it has an appearance that people recognize. So, like for example, if you see Bootstrap, like you can generally tell like this is Bootstrap. Like it has a look, and the buttons have certain standard colors, which is nice for users, especially people with accessibility issues. They can immediately identify that like a green button is like go, right? Next thing, or good. A red button is no, or stop, or close, or something that's in a negative connotation. And so there's certain things to be said for standardization. Bootstrap certainly does that. Mern stack, you're knee deep in JS. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, looking to learn Tailwind. Tailwind is good too. I've messed with it a little bit. It's more versatile, certainly. But when I talk about like stuff like that, like user experience and that kind of thing, um, I'm coming at it from a more back end perspective. Where if I do have to design an interface, like a user interface of any kind, it's going to be for an internal like utility app that is going to be that people are not going to care how it looks. They're just going to care how it functions. And so in that case, I would probably use Bootstrap because it's standard, functions well, the components are standard. You're always going to see what you get, and just going to work. So that's my perspective as a back end person. If I were to build a utility application, it would be with Bootstrap. Yeah, as Mavi says, for back end, I use Bootstrap. Yep. Yeah, for the most part, if you're building internal utility apps like at your employer, you're not going to be doing anything crazy. You're going to be doing like the same standard buttons, um, same standard input forms. Yeah, I'm not doing CSS for hours on a backend project takes too long. Yeah, I know. Man, you should see some of it. You should see some of the. So as backend, so on my team, we do have certain internal applications that we write to automate parts of our job to make things faster and easier. But they are the most Windows 95 looking apps that you ever did see. Like for real. The most. Like they look like they came straight out of 1999 because they've got buttons, they are beige, and they work. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter how they look. It matters that they work and you can quickly tell what each button is supposed to do. And that's all that matters. Space Jam apps. Yeah. Not even that colorful. Beige. Ewan says, I've started from HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, studied a lot of React. That's helped me a lot to gain my first job as a front end dev, but I always feel like I have to study more and more because there's a lot of stuff I don't know. For example, I want to learn mobile app development. Yeah. Um, so as far as progressing goes, you're never going to know everything. And that's really important to remember and think about is that you're never going to know everything you can possibly know. It's impossible. You're never going to be the smartest person in the room when it comes to technology, like literally never. And you should never be the smartest person in the room because if you're the smartest person in the room, you're not learning anything. So, yes, learning should always be a part of your process, but you shouldn't feel like you're falling behind. You shouldn't feel like, oh, everybody else knows more than me because that's not. So make sure that you're learning for positive internal benefit and for progression. Make sure that you're not learning as like with a sense of desperation, like, oh my gosh, I'm falling behind, because that's absolutely not true. Um, I would suggest, like I said before, learning to find what you enjoy, try things. If you don't enjoy it, toss it aside. Um, and eventually you start to find a niche. Hat Knight says, "Do you think knowing JavaScript has helped you in your particular career?" Yeah, it absolutely has, and in ways I couldn't have expected. Like I said, I don't write JavaScript in my day job ever, but knowing, so here's an example. Here's an example. So my coworker was building an internal one of those internal apps I talked about. They were building an internal app to do some validation, like automatically just run like a validation on these pipelines that we build. Right, I mentioned we build these ETL pipelines. It could automatically take a pipeline and validate it and make sure that everything was populated the way it was supposed to be, make sure that all the variables are set correctly, that kind of thing. And it's a really cool application. I love it. But my coworker was like, I can't figure out, because I have a list of items, and then each of the items in that list has multiple things, like another list inside of it, right? Like this item, and then it's like a nested thing. It has multiple things, and so I'm trying to figure out how to. Essentially, they were retrieving this data from a database, and then pulling additional data from another table, so joining to another table. And so what you end up with is one item then has branches out to multiple other things. And oh, thank you for the follow, Sassafras. And so my coworker was like, I don't know how to store this. How do I store this data in my app and then display it? So he wasn't working in JavaScript. My coworker was working in VB.net. But how would I do that in JavaScript? I have a list of things, but then each of those things has many other things inside of it. What might I do? If I want to put things inside of a list of things, inside of another list of things, what could I do? Yeah, I might do something like an array of arrays, right? A nested array. So an array with other arrays inside of it, right? I could do that. Multi-dimensional array. Yeah, I could do all those things. And if I had just known SQL, like just straight raw SQL, and never learned JavaScript, I wouldn't know that. And so this my coworker didn't know that either, because they came from just SQL. They're just starting to learn like .NET programming, that kind of thing. Yeah. And so I would do a multi-dimensional array, an array of arrays. And that immediately came to my head because I know JavaScript, because I'd done that before. I'd done code wars with that. And so I was like, well, can't we just like nest this thing? And so I tinkered around with it a little bit, and I was able to give him that part of the app with that code working. And afterward, he was like, oh my goodness, like that's exactly what I needed for this application to get it to work. And so that's an example of how learning JavaScript on the side has benefited me, even though it's not what I use my day job at all. Just knowing, having those skills and those general concepts and knowledge, that was a direct benefit. Yeah. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat. Are they one-off VB scripts? They're actual like Windows applications. We're building like bespoke internal Windows applications that people can launch and run on their own machine with VB with V specifically with VB.net. Can't really say that. It's a VB.net. What's Supabase? It's a cloud-hosted relational database solution. Hey, JS, but it's useful. Hey, yep, it's everywhere. Want to find a niche, learn COBOL. How do you think ChatGPT and AI will affect dev jobs? Will it reduce the need for devs in the coming years? I don't think so. I think it'll change how devs do their work. It already changes the way I do my work. I absolutely use ChatGPT all the dang time at work. Help me troubleshoot queries, help generate like code that is just repetitive, like just write this code for me. I've done it a billion times. Just write it for me. Um, Yeah, troubleshooting, explaining what bits of code are if I'm looking at somebody else's code and I'm like, I don't understand what this is for or how it works, I dump it into Chat GPT and it explains it for me. So yeah, it's absolutely already helping my job. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, Sassafras says, hi, as a 30-year dev, may I add a financial perspective? Absolutely, Sassafras. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Sassafras, yeah, feel free. Share your experience with us. Ellen says, I can't wait for .NET 8. Yeah, I'm actually going to attend the virtual .NET 8 conference uh, in a couple weeks, I think, November 14th. I just want to see what's up with that. That's pretty cool. That's the kind of example I was looking to hear as far as how I've been able to use my knowledge. Yeah, all this stuff bleeds over. That's why people get all up in knots about what language should I learn first? Where should I start? Because all this knowledge carries over. I recognize stuff in JavaScript that I learned when I first learned SQL. Like it, even though they're very different languages, it carries over. You can use this stuff in multiple ways. SCP says, have you ever worked with C or C++? Nope. Nope. I've only ever worked with SQL, JavaScript, um, VBA, VBA.net, writing some shell scripts, and my next thing is to learn C# because I think VB.net is not uh, doesn't necessarily have a future, and so I want to learn C#. That's my next goal. COBOL, I did that in the late 90s. That's awesome. I actually work with a lot of my coworkers did. So a lot of my coworkers that do SQL now, they started out as COBOL devs, like on in the mainframe days, back when computers were big old things with little terminals attached to them. They started out doing COBOL. Um, And it says, hearing about a situation where someone used multiple tools sort of on the fly to accomplish a task actually motivates me to learn it a bit more. Yeah, sometimes it's helpful to hear about how this stuff actually works in the real world, right? You can do, as many code wars as you want, but if you never see how this stuff actually gets used, then like, what's the point, right? But I can tell you it does. It actually helps, like in real life, in real work, in your real job. No worries, Yoan. Thank you for stopping in. It was great to have you here. Thank you so much. See you next stream. Andrew says November 14th is the freelance class start. Yes. Yeah, I was referring specifically to yeah, November, yeah, mid-November is the freelance class. I was referring specifically to the Microsoft.NET conference that starts in mid-November. C# is great to learn. Yeah, that's why I want to learn it. It's everywhere. I mean, I feel like I need to. I think it'll be great for developing an application specifically. Because C# has a similar syntax to JavaScript, so I feel more comfortable like reading that than I do VB.net. Honestly, the only reason I learned VB.net is because that's how the last person like built all of our applications, like our internal stuff at work. So the stuff that I have to maintain is all built in VB.net. So I kind of had to learn that. But honestly, C# looks so much more appetizing to me, and it's actually being maintained by Microsoft, right? Like that's the one that's the one that Microsoft actually likes. VB.net, they're just like, yeah, all right, it's over there. We're not going to touch it. So Sassafras, thank you so much for sharing your experience. They said, I'm primarily C++, but know many others. Simply learning JavaScript and having it in my brain allowed me to directly earn $50,000 via a web contract thing. It wasn't ever my job, but yeah, that's what I got. Yeah, that's fantastic, Sassafras, right? The more you know, like the more stuff you have, just on lock and on tap, um, man, the more opportunities you do. I never. That was basically a big reason why I started 100 Devs. Like back in, I was with the second cohort. For those of you who don't know, I went through 100 Devs in the second cohort in January 2021. When I started 100 Devs, I only knew SQL, and I thought web pages were magic. I did not know how to write HTML. You could ask me to write HTML, I'd be like, "What the flip is that?" I didn't even know what it was. I didn't know what CSS was. None of that stuff. I only knew SQL. I thought web pages were magic. Um, and now here we are, right? And the reason, but the reason I got into 100 devs was I thought, man, you know what? I owe it to myself to be better. Um, I'm at a good place in my career. I don't need to learn web development for my career. I could be just a SQL dev for the rest of my life. I would be fine. I would earn good money. I would be okay. But I owe it to myself to be better and know more. And now that stuff is paying back in dividends at my day job. So yeah, I definitely agree, sassafras. Um, you can only open more doors for yourself. Um, have a bigger knowledge base. Now, the caveat there, it's important that you don't spread yourself too thin, right? Because you could just go all off in all different directions and never make any progress, right? You could watch a billion tutorials on different languages and just never do anything with them, and then you have nothing. So it's important that you're a little bit strategic. I'm studying C# in my free time. It's hard. Mavi says C# and Java are very similar. Solo Learn, I think, has a good C# basics course. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Also, the Microsoft.NET conference actually linked me to a page that's like their student zone and where they have a bunch of like learner focused, I shouldn't say student, but like learner focused videos and tutorials and stuff. I'm going to check those out. Yeah, C# is really handy for learning solid. Angular is good. Yeah. Helen says I miss VB Classic pre.NET. Did you know that you can do, instead of like VBA in Excel, like macros in Excel were always traditionally built with VBA. Microsoft is going over to TypeScript in Excel now. It's wild. And like the newest version of Excel, Office 365, you can just straight up write TypeScript function. It's nuts. Like, yeah, TypeScript in Excel. I'm not kidding. Look it up. Yeah, straight up. They just want you to just dive right in and just bash in some TypeScript functions straight in Excel to do stuff. And I dollars to donuts. They're trying to phase out VBA entirely. They're just going to get rid of it and they're going to replace it with TypeScript. Yeah, Python and TypeScript. Mm-hmm. Uh, HX, welcome to the stream, HX. Moyu says, specifically in tech, there's so many tools coming out every year. You got to keep learning stuff or you fall behind. Kind of happened to me, so I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, there's a balance there, right? It's important to not try to learn every tool, but if you're, like I said, if you're strategic about it, if you have kind of a plan of, hey, this is my goal. I want to keep up to date with, you know, I want to keep up to date with C# and I want to make sure that I'm, always kind of that I know about the basic features of C#, that I'm up to date. And so that's your plan. You're gonna keep up to date with C#, or I'm gonna keep up to date with with React and SQL and those types of things. If you're targeted and structured about it, then yeah, you absolutely should stay up to date and not fall behind. Um, I know some people that kind of fell into the boat where they just stopped, right? They were like, "Yep, I'm done. I know everything I need to know. I'm not going to learn anything else," and they're missing out on like stuff that could make their lives so much easier, right? And so there's definitely a balance there. Renate says, "How long does the 100 devs thingy last?" Yeah, so the last cohort was a little bit fragmented because the main instructor, Leon, had a family emergency kind of in the middle of it, which meant a pause like for at least a month. Um, and so it lasted from January 2021 to November of 2021, but I think it would have been shorter if there hadn't been that pause in the middle. I think kind of the general goal for maybe the next cohort is about a year. Um, we'll see. Oh, yeah, a year, give or take. Ellen says, I need to be part of the third cohort. Absolutely. Join the Discord. That's where all that stuff is going to be announced, is on Discord. So do exclamation point Leon, Leon, exclamation point Leon, if you want to link to the Discord. And yeah, go ahead and join. and you'll get all the announcements that way. There's going to be a new website soon too, but it's not launched yet. So the website link there is old. It's not being updated. The new website is coming, hopefully in the next month or so. Um, but yeah, I mean, the general information is still good, but it's not been updated to be current. Trying to add Copilot to Excel. Yeah, I'm sure Microsoft is going to add Copilot to everything. Paid, of course. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's Microsoft. They're gonna, if they can charge for it, they will. From their, especially from their enterprise clients, like, right, they're gonna, they Microsoft is so strategic about it. Like they have so many good free tools like GitHub and VS Code, right? Like so many cool free things that they just give out to the community, and then for the enterprise clients, they're like, all right, we got you now, and they charge for literally everything. Honestly, I'm not that bothered about it because I mean, I feel like that's the right way to do it, right? Like charge the corporations a bunch of money and like use that to subsidize free stuff for like individuals. So I'm fine with that. There's really no need for a spreadsheet if you have Python or TypeScript. I actually legitimately love Excel. I do. Like, I know a lot of people don't, but man, I was a data analyst for almost a decade before I was a developer. And man, you asked me to do anything in Excel and I could do it for you and I can make it look good. Excel can do so much more than people give it credit for. People just don't know how to use it. Then once you do, you're like, oh my God, let your job tell you what you need to learn. Yep, that's a great way to put it. Embrace, extend, and extinguish. Yes, Excel is everywhere. Exactly. That's a great point. You might think like, yeah, I can do this in Python, but a lot of businesses aren't going to let you use Python. They're going to want your manager's manager, the chief financial officer. They're not going to care how many pretty Python graphs you can make. They're going to want to see it in Excel and open it as a spreadsheet on their computer. So whether it's Google Sheets or Excel, you should be comfortable in Excel. Google Sheets, whatever, some spreadsheet program. You got to know how to use that, if not for you, but for the non-technical people that you're going to be presenting to. Dev says, can anyone join? Yeah, anybody can join. You could even start right now. All the lessons from the previous cohort or class are free on YouTube for you. So here, I've got a website I can share. Actually, I should put this website in my Twitch command instead of the old one. Um, it's called communitytaught.org, and it's literally gives you everything. It gives you the classes. Um, it gives you the homework. Everything is right there. So I'll drop this in chat. Check it out. It's free. There's nothing. Check out the Discord. Check out the classes, and you can go at your own pace. Um, Excel turned my data into date name. Dr. Moto, they're fixing that after like 20 years. They're fixing that. So you can explicitly have it not do that anymore. I love Excel too. Best app ever. Thank you, Seth. It really warms my heart to hear someone who's like a 30-year experienced dev actually say that about Excel. That makes me very happy. Makes my little data analyst heart happy. Excel is really powerful and underrated. Yes. Most people write it off because they just don't know what it can do. It's so powerful. Yeah, some people in data analysis, some people use Excel only, others Python, use both, combining them to get good results. Yeah. Yep. All right, so here's the link to those classes if you want to check them out. I would suggest I would say you can also create an account so you can track your progress. Um, it's pretty nice. Classes, homework, resources, everything that you need really. Um, and an FAQ if you want to learn more about 100 devs, what it is. Feel free to check that out. Yep. Yeah, Leo, it's great to have you here. Thanks so much for stopping in. I'm glad it was helpful for you. That's my main goal. RDT says, "Do you do any Excel exercises to keep yourself up to date? I'm ashamed I haven't used Excel since high school, and I barely know what I'm doing it." Yeah, I find myself working with Excel not as much as I used to. As a data analyst, I used it literally every day. Um, I find myself not using it nearly as much now, but I do like pay attention to like tech blogs and stuff that'll talk about when Microsoft does something new with Excel, and then I'll usually go try that feature. So I'm not leaving like specific exercise, but I do find plenty of use cases even in my role, where I like, for example, validation. It's great for validation. So I let's say I've just deployed a new pipeline. I get a bunch of data out of it, and I know like that there are certain things I'm looking for. I want to look for, maybe I'm looking for duplicate values. Maybe I'm looking for certain combinations of data in certain orders. So I'll just slam it. I'll slam a subset of the data into Excel. I'll do a SQL query, right? Like we talked about before. I do a SQL query to get the data that I know I want and need, what specific fields I need. And then I'll just take that data and I'll slam it into Excel and I'll put it in a pivot table. And, I'll just manipulate that pivot table in all sorts of different ways to see exactly the data combinations that I need. And I'll do all sorts of mathematical calculations off that data because a lot of the times, especially when you're validating, you don't know exactly what you're going to find, right? You have an idea of what you want to look at, but you don't know what you're going to see. Things could be really unexpected, and so you have to suddenly, rethink your entire strategy and how you're validating things. And Excel is great for that because it lets you play, around, do whatever the hell you want, put things in whatever order you want, and do it in a very accessible and visual way. And so, yes, I love SQL. It's great, but you can't beat Excel for just slamming pieces of data together and seeing what happens. And Bobby says, knowing how to do a pivot table and a macro will make you the office wizard in most places. That is literally how I got my second job. Yep. Knowing how to do a pivot table literally got me my second job. And my boss even told me later that that was what did it. So I was fresh out of college. I'd been working as an analyst for a health insurance company for less than a year, and I hated it because health insurance companies in the United States are predatory, money grabbing, soul destroying places. You can make a lot of money, but it's going to be on the back of senior citizens, and people who are chronically ill and the elderly. Anybody. Um, and so I was like, just oh my god, I need to get out of here. And so I had applied for some jobs in the area, and I got called back from this job, and the manager was kind of like, you don't, I didn't have the background for it. This is that e-commerce company that I talked about. I never worked in e-commerce before. I never worked in production before. I did not have zero experience in that. But he asked me, so how much experience do you have with Excel? I'm like, at the time I was pretty good with it. I've been using it nonstop, for the past couple of years. And said, all right, what's a pivot table? Describe a pivot table. What is it for? How does it work? I was able to do that. And there were more questions after that. But after I got hired, like he told me, a few months in, he was like, yeah, that's what got you the job. The fact that you could tell me what a pivot table was and how it worked, that literally landed me the job. Yep. So you never know what's going to come in handy. And knowing Excel can never really hurt you. Being very good with Excel can only ever help you in the long run. As Ellen says, there's other options out there too, right? Because Excel costs money, it's not free. There's Google Sheets. Ellen says that they use LibreOffice. Yeah, absolutely. There's free open source um, spreadsheet programs out there too, which are very similar to Excel and will give you a lot of the foundational skills that you can then turn around and use in Excel. I will say that stuff like Google Sheets and LibreOffice aren't as powerful as modern Excel, but they'll give you a good, some of the kind of put your feet on the ground with spreadsheet programs. Moira, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And Sassafras, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate having you here. All right. Any other questions or things we want to talk about? Man, how did I do another 6-hour stream? I did not mean to do that, guys. It was not my intention. Oh, kittens win. You know, in the fall, things always slow down. It gets colder. You know, there's fewer kittens to go around. I will certainly let you know when I get more. Moody says, "If you use Elasticsearch, I've seen it everywhere, but no idea what it's about." I have not. If anybody else in chat has used it, feel free to chime in with your experience. All right, I'm going to kind of on the side here, I'm going to look up somebody to raid. It's your internal streaming clock got used. I guess so. I don't know if I want to be used to 6 hours. Um, my own well-being, but not that I don't like being here, but I literally didn't intend this, but here we are. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Hey, 03. Welcome to the stream. Yes, and don't forget, when we do our raid, I want you all to look after you end up at the raid target. I want you to look at the URL in your. I want you to look at your URL in your URL bar in your browser. Look at the URL and see if you spot the question mark. Because I've been informed that you will spot the question mark in the URL. And as a reminder, the question mark is not a specific page. It's basically the server passing a variable, which I think is pretty neat. So let's see if we can spot that once we do the raid. All right, let's find somebody to raid. Hey, 03, we have we spent our time today building an app with a Supabase backend, and well, actually refactoring an app to use Supabase as the backend. And we were just kind of doing our little warm down, group discussion before we go and raid somebody. 12-hour wolf scream. I don't think so. All right, putting together. Not likely. Not unless I was doing like a group stream with others where you could trade off. Okay. There. Getting the raid pulled up here. In the project, can you in the future do some projects using Firebase? Maybe. I really Supabase is actually like a clone of Firebase, so I'll probably stick with Supabase to be honest, unless I have a really good reason to not. All right, let's see what we got on. All right, as always, suggestions. So, does anybody have any suggestions of someone they would like me to raid? So, preferably in the software and game development space, we would like to keep things in the family there, and kind of spread the love among this because the software and game dev community is fairly small here on Twitch, and so we like to keep things in the family, spread the love a little bit around that group. So, does anybody have any suggestions on who we might like to raid? Because the folks that I see online now are folks we've raided recently, so kind of want to mix it up a little bit if anybody has any suggestions, especially smaller folks who we can kind of put some eyes on, give them a little bit of an audience if they're in that space. Suggestion. Hey, Saif. Oh, man, you caught us just at the end here. Good to see you again. We're just getting ready to raid somebody. But it's good to see you again, Saif. No worries, RDT. Glad you're having a good time. Okay. So we could also look and see. Only software engineer that's active on my Twitch list is you. Oh no. All right. Well, we can go ahead and check out Team Vash and see what they're up to today. Team Vash is they're doing game dev, and actually, I don't know exactly how far along they are with their game. We'll see if they're actually doing some coding today. Wow, they're doing a 12-hour a day stream. My goodness. All right. Well, they probably need some encouragement. See what they're up to. Team Vash. All righty. So Planning on streaming next weekend. I don't know what I'm going to be streaming about, but it's going to be a fun project as always. And as always, thank you all so much for stopping in and being here with me. It's been fun, and thank you for learning, and thank you for all your great questions. All right, rating is starting now, and I will see you all again next week. Rating's starting in about 5 seconds. Remember, take a look at the URL. Don't jump off. Take a look at the URL and see how it looks like. See if you can spot the question mark. All right, see you soon. Bye.